Oh, I will start in English and I will switch to Czech, and this is the way how it will go during the day, because some of the presenters and speakers will speak Czech and some of them will speak English. So if you don't understand Czech or English, you can take the headphones in front of the main hall of Vzlet, and all the program is interpreted in both languages simultaneously, so don't be afraid, you will not understand. Takže ještě jenom pro české.
Don't be. We have simultaneous interpreting from Czech and from English respectively. So if you don't understand either of those two languages, take headsets in the lobby of this hall. A part of our lecturers will present in English. The other part of them will present in English, depending their own choice.
In English, because I suggest that most of you are from abroad, you're not Czech, so welcome in Vzlet. I'm also a program director of the Vzlet, not only the moderator of this conference. So afterwards we will have a short introduction about Vzlet with my colleague Marta Ljubková. But at the beginning I will just let you know some practical information and other information. So probably all of you know the program. We have two blocks this day and also tomorrow, starting at 9:30, ending with at 1:30 p.m. approximately. The first part of today and tomorrow program is the presentation of our guests and speakers, and the second part of both days is the panel discussion on two different topics. Now I will have to thank a few organizations. I will do it in Czech because most of them are Czech organizations, but not only. Jenom chci poděkovat tuhletu chvíli.
I would like to thank at this moment those who have prepared this conference, Association of Independent Theatres and European Association of Independent Performing Arts have prepared this organization with financial cooperation of the European Union through the National Recovery Plan and the Ministry of Culture of the Czech Republic. I noticed there are representatives of that ministry, and there will be the minister himself who should be on visit tomorrow. As a part of this program, the event has been financed from the program Financial Activities from 2014 to 2021.
Archa, Azyl 78 or Azyl 78 and Divadlo Bravo. This conference will be, there is a video stream, it's online, and there are photographs, so if you have a problem being streamed or on our photos, let us know and leave the building immediately. Or of course, it doesn't have to be like that, but we have to know. Of course, you can ask questions. You can do it if you are in Vzlet, right here. We will pass you the microphone. Because of the stream, you have to speak using the microphone, or you can do it through Slido. Of course, you have QR codes on your tables, and also the code of the Slido conversation. So you can write your conversations, and it will be screened on the screen, and we will use those questions and pass them to our speakers. Okay, so of course you can use our Wi-Fi here. The password is letem, which is for non-Czech speakers a little bit complicated probably, but it's somewhere written probably on the table also, or yeah, it is. So you can use it freely, so download anything you want. Okay, so this is, I think, everything from the practical point of view from the beginning. So once again, welcome here in Vzlet. And now I will ask Marta Ljubková, who is over there. And as I said, I'm at the moment one of the founders and now program director of Vzlet. And Marta is the head dramaturg of the Vzlet. We have a short presentation which is prepared not for this occasion but for the tomorrow presentation at the Trans-Europe Halls conference in Leipzig. So sorry for that, but we used one presentation for both occasions. Hello, Marta.
Hello, Petr. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Vzlet. We will speak in English because I guess now, you Czechs can kind of switch off because you know pretty much everything about Vzlet so far. But those who came from abroad, you might not have heard of Vzlet because we are here. Might not have heard of Vzlet because we are here only the second season. So Vzlet, this space where you are now, was reopened in 2021 after some years of reconstruction and kind of complicated situation. And it's originally a movie theater which was founded 1921, so 100 years ago. It was built actually as a movie theater by a local sportive community. They wanted so badly build a gym, but it was too expensive. So the easiest way how to make money was to construct a movie theater, raise the money, and then build the gym, which would be vice versa nowadays. But 100 years ago, you made some kind of culture to be able to do sport. So this is Vzlet. You are in the main hall, which is the center of our activities. But if you have some time during the day, we have more spaces. You can ask me or Petr, we can show you around more. Yes, this is where we do theater production, but as well as musical programs, as well as community events of various formats and sizes. At the same time, we have quite a strong exhibitional program. You might have noticed big poster on the building, which is made by various Czech visual artists. It's being changed every 5-6 months. And we have an exhibition room outside in the main hall and downstairs in a little square room, which you might have a chance to see as well. We have community events, and this is our clubhouse, and this is the window. I will not refer to the pictures. I will speak, and you will see the pictures. And we have strong educational and community program here. Locals come here for different activities. Our main concern at the moment is to have culture events which would incorporate the local community. So nowadays we are preparing theater performance with teenagers. We have a show with heavily physically disabled performers, but we also have like semi-dance shows of various kinds. Petr, would you like to add something?
No, you speak perfectly, and I will speak the whole day afterwards, so I will let it on you.
So if you feel like asking, we are very open for any kind of international co-production, collaboration, co-creation. So, and we are very new to the field, so if you feel like entering into a stronger or tighter contact, I will be here all day round, so don't hesitate and contact me, and I'll be happy to share some details. Enjoy the conference and enjoy this beautiful Art Nouveau space. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Marta. So if you have any, as we said, any questions, you can write us or talk to us in person during the whole 2 days. No, okay, so we will start with the program already announced, and at the moment I will invite on the stage 2 people. One is Julia Opitz from Germany, producer and dramaturg, and also Petr Dlouhý, who is a curator, dramaturg, and also researcher and cultural organizer. And they will all both present all together, and afterwards I will come back. Okay, so the stage is yours, and use the microphones, please.
Yes. Hello. Nice to see you all.
Hello, nice to see you.
Nice to see you again after yesterday.
Quite a
For
flow.
some, nice to see for the first time today. My name is Peter, and together with Julia, we were asked to first say something about Czech and Bavarian independent performing art landscapes. And to be honest, it's a bit difficult position because we don't really feel like proper representatives who should speak about it, and there are many people also in this room who might have much better and more profound knowledge. But we also thought it might be a nice opportunity, and we decided that we would take it as a small quest, and that we would consider this as asking each other's questions that are coming out of our curiosity about each other's working conditions, but also some of the questions which we've already heard somebody asking someone, or which we've already asked someone at some time. But also maybe before that, we would also like to acknowledge our positions from which we are speaking, just to make it clear what we are saying is very personal. And also maybe to also acknowledge that we could be also understood as people who feels, maybe rather than people who knows. Maybe this is also nice to say. So I'm Prague-based curator. I would call myself rather a host. I work for Studio Alta. I work for Extend Theater doing one dramaturgical series, and I also work for the Bavarian-Czech platform. Yeah, it's a kind of grind culture. And yeah, maybe this is it, and maybe now I pass the word to Julia.
Thanks a lot, Peter, to do this nice little introduction. Yeah, my name is Julia. Nice to see you all. Really big, good filled hall. I'm happy about to see that many people joining this conference. Yes, Peter already explained a bit our approach. I just want to mention that I'm not by myself. I'm with a group of Bavaria. We are a delegation, and we are about 20 people. Maybe you can give just a sign, people, please. Yeah, it's a big group, you can see. Thanks, and it's really important for me to mention that we are here as a group, and we everything I speak is more or less shared knowledge, and we will pass the word to some of you later to give you the chance to give a short statement as well. Yeah, did you already say that we have a little presentation in the end? A presentation of the platform, yeah. So it's just a talk, then we have some statements, and afterwards we give a short introduction to our platform project that is started last year.
I'm stopping us time.
Yeah, perfect. So it's me to give the first question to Peter. I just want to ask you, how does the Czech independent performing arts scene function? Is there a nationwide one, or how does it work? What do you think about it?
This is a very tough one. When I was reading it yesterday in the train, I immediately start writing that I perceive that the Czech independent performing arts landscape stands on, operates on three basic pillars, which is underfinanced labor, enthusiasm, and exhaustion. And I think this is important to say from my perspective. Is this answering your question?
Yes.
No, but maybe also about the other part of the question that, yes, I think there is, personally, I feel that there is something very coherent, as I would say, a scene which kind of connects the independent performing arts, ranging from dance to performance to circus. And I think that even though the scene is very big and very diverse, that we know each other a lot. We don't know everybody. There might be people who know everybody. I don't know everybody yet. But I think that there is a lot of places and opportunities and festivals and networks where we can meet, and I think this is very precious. And this is why I also feel there is something like a kin, because our also struggle is shared, and I guess this is why I feel some connection, even though sometimes it might feel alienated, or there are like different agencies and agendas on the table, and everybody is still like having their own direction. I still kind of feel that there is some unity, which also, when I was thinking about it yesterday and also in past days, I think there is something nice about it.
Thank you very much. Can you say something to the question, is there anything very special that stays for your work or scene, or did you already give the response? I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, there is something, it's a bit tricky, but I'm kind of coming to it more and more in various contexts. And there's one thing that I still perceive as super valuable and very specific for Czech environment. And it's this kind of thing that not everything is money-driven orientated, that I think in Czech Republic you can still find a group of very crazy people to do things, and you don't have to have big budgets around you to do things, but it has a very serious backslash coming and ending up in the big amount of exhaustion. But I think it's this kind of balance, and also this thing of being able to do things, I think it's very valuable, because it also makes the scene diverse, and it's not only the privileged ones who can manage to work in the field. So I think it's, yeah, but it has this serious backslash, and this is why I'm a bit scared to speak about it, because I still don't know how to grasp it, so I don't also somehow harm those who are now going through some serious issues, but still to kind of acknowledge that I still see it as a benefit.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Now it's my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I would also start maybe from the scratch and from some kind of overall feeling, and maybe this is also a question to your connection to the scene, and maybe the question is like, is there actually something like a Bavarian performing art scene?
It's a very big question, sure, but yes, I would say there is one, but not only one scene, more than many scenes or many different scenes that are not that connected that well now, but it's starting, getting better, that they are connect themselves over the regions, but still the people are concentrated on their own regions a bit. That's what I can say, but still, if we talk about landscape, I have to read it now, there's 5 stage theaters, 18 theaters and theater festivals in the city and countryside, as well as 7 privately run theaters, if that's still right, I'm not sure. Can ask my colleagues later, you can correct this, but yeah, still 57 ones. They most have their own venues and produce over there, and there's a steadily growing number of independent groups and individually working artists. So it's a big range, you could say. And concerning the genres, it's independent performing arts. It's spoken word, performance, dance, circus, music theater, and immersive theater. So there's a big range.
And to just also follow up, how does it feel for you personally? Like, is there any sense of belonging, or how does this work?
Yeah, I would say there is a sense of belonging. I personally live in Nuremberg, which is not a really big city, but it's told as a big one. And the scene of the independent performing arts is quite small or smaller, but I like that very much, because sometimes you can get a rest in a way and come down, relax a bit, and there's still always work. So it's very diverse and, yeah, what's the word? Lebendig? Huh? Lively, thank you. Very lively. Yeah, that's what I like a lot. And I personally work over different regions of Germany, sometimes in North Rhine-Westphalia and Hamburg. And it's, in comparison to that, it's quite cozy in Nuremberg. Yeah. That's a personal perspective, yeah.
So maybe you've already answered one of my questions, but maybe there is also another answer hidden underneath. But this is my favorite double question.
Yeah.
I think I've been asking some of you before. I want to ask you about the main struggle and main source of joy being and working in Bavaria.
Okay. Yeah, let's start with the struggle thing, maybe. Yeah, compared to the content and artistic positions that are growing and growing a lot, we have to speak about the funding structures that sometimes bring a lot of barriers still in Bavaria, because they're not really diverse, you could say, or that there are not that many opportunities. I don't want it to say there's not much money, because there is, in comparison to other regions in Germany. In Bavaria, there's a lot of money, but still it is, most of it, or a big part of it, flows to Munich and the regions around Munich. So other regions in Bavaria don't have that much money, and so the possibilities to arrange, to produce, to create artistic work is sometimes limited a lot. So the distribution of the fundings is uneven, you could say. What is really difficult, someone from Bamberg is here. Now, look to you, Felix. It's really Bamberg, Regensburg, smaller cities. They struggle a lot because of this unevenness. Yeah. Is there anything else? Just, yeah. Maybe I could mention that there is no production house yet all over Bavaria. There are many all over Germany that are really important places for the independent performing arts. They're like symbols for it, and they give opportunities to work internationally, to work German-wide. And in Bavaria, there is none. So we are always struggling with that, and that's a big theme or subject in the cultural politics. Yeah, so much to say, but big sources. I wrote something down. Let's see.
It can be more than one.
More than one? Yes.
There are, I wish.
I think they're very diverse and different artistic positions that are always growing. There's a really good atmosphere that combines people to each other. There's a lot of communication. I like that very much. So it's curiosity that is going on all the time. People wish to explore themselves newly every time and to invent new formats, places. There's a lot that is created. Yeah, that's what I like a lot. And yeah. So it's me now, is it?
Could be. I have some more questions for you.
Okay.
Should I? Okay. But I forgot them now. Maybe speaking about places, I'm wondering if where should I be in next month in Bavaria? Like, if I were you, where you would like to be, or where you would like to invite me.
You already realized that we prepared our talk, so I can
profoundly rehearsed yesterday 1 hour on train.
I wrote down the first thing that came to my mind, and I will read it now. Maybe you should come to Alte Schule, which is an amazing old building in the countryside of Fürth, next to Nuremberg, where curator and choreographer Barbara Bess is currently hosting artists from all over the world and from different fields and connecting them to each other. If you look out of the window, There's only grass, forest, and a little hill. It is just quietness. Come at any time you want.
Wow. Who's coming? No, I think what is nice, and what I also observe, also hearing you speak now, going on the undiscovered lead of pure improvisation, I think it's really nice that when we speak about Bavaria, we don't speak about only Munich, we don't speak only about Nuremberg, and we don't speak only about Bamberg, but we also speak about lots of small rural spaces where people go. I guess this is not only because of the deep desires to be more connected to the countryside, but also very existential issue. But I think this is something very common to Czech scene. Maybe now there is the point where we could have this website thing on the screen. And I would also like to acknowledge something that I'm so happy that we already have, and I think this makes the scene very rich, and it's the website Art in Rest, designed by hereby present Nová síť, which is a website which connects most of the residency centers and smaller culture spaces in the rural areas. You can get a link through here. It also kind of connects the open calls related to the spaces who are hosting residencies. But you can also get to the website of Nová síť, which kind of creates a network of spaces, not only in Prague, but also mainly in the regions. And I think this is definitely worth of watching. You can also just put it there, so you can maybe just make a photo and then, yeah. So I'm very happy that I could answer this question just by showing a website. I think that saves lots of energy.
You already started talking about residency structures in a way. This is what I wanted to ask you. I think we from Bavaria or Germany can learn a lot from you in this case. Maybe you can just explain a bit more about these structures that you have here. How do they function? What is important to know about them?
Yeah, maybe I will I will try to let you immerse into a lifestyle of most of the culture workers. When you enter the year, and basically around June you start to apply for the municipality of Prague or municipality in Brno or some other kind of city-based funds. So this is the big, for Prague base is one of the main sources. Then sometimes in also maybe April, July, winter, you can apply for a small kind of more flexible fund, which is called State's Fund of Culture. So there are like free calls. So this is another fund, which is kind of major for, and you will see lots of logos everywhere. Then in September, you will apply for the Ministry of Culture, which is also one of the main sources also for people not living in the main cities. Now, since we have the National Recovery Fund, you will apply about like 3 or 4 more projects in October. So now you have about 7. You can also ask for the local municipality, so this might be kind of 8. You might also ask for some international funds, so this might be 9. And then you have to basically finish all of the projects by the December, unless you have some structural fundings, which is allowed only in, as far as I know, in Prague and in Brno. So then you have to basically finish 8 out of the 9 projects, unless you have the international, so maybe 2 stays. And then by the end of January, you have to report and account everything. So in January, we all do accounting. Then there is no time for recovery, and then about like February, March, you are getting the results. In this time, you are also, in a few months, you will also get the money to your account, and then you start again. And this is the kind of the circle. I'm sorry, I maybe not describe it super precisely, but I just try to embody it. So yeah, I guess this is the circle. It's I'm not sure if this is something to be favorable, but I think it also shows that we have like lots of source, and yeah, for some projects you don't have to combine all of them if they're like very small, but for most of the institutions that we are running, it's important to go through all of these rounds, and also good to say that you never get 100%. So you always get less, and then you have to reconsider if you're still doing it, and yeah, because of the enthusiasm, one of the pillar, you still do it. And this is how we do.
Okay, wow.
But I didn't want to send it like so frustrating. It's a bit frustrating, but I think it's also not that frustrating. But maybe then I can also let speak someone else how frustrating or not frustrating it is.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'm really impressed of this good overview. Yeah. So there's a lot to do, but there's still a lot there. Means, yeah. So we just have to come to the end already. I just wanted to ask you what very different question. What was a professional moment in the near past that you like to think back to a lot?
Yeah, when we rehearsed on the train, I was thinking of some other moment, but actually now in the morning, I just realized that it was yesterday evening in Alta. It was very beautiful, as many things had happened. First, we were managed to host most of you here, which was for me very precious, that even in a space which is under reconstruction, we can host so many people coming here from all around and who feels good, and this feels like really nice. And not only, that doesn't mean that you wouldn't be enough, but it was also super beautiful, like to see our regular audience, to see a new audience coming in and being curious. I saw people from the locality being interested in what's going on, so this kind of gives a lot of hope. And we also got several people from the deaf community, and it was so beautiful to see them sign translating for each other and like helping each other, and I think this was a very beautiful moment for me.
Nice, thanks a lot. And last question, the same that you asked me. If you want to invite me to come, when and where should I be?
I think it's, yeah, there is one thing, it's a must to do. It's a Mala in Ventura, February. This is a melting pot to meet most of the people from the local scene, to meet most of the people from the lots of guests coming from abroad, and having a nicer insight into what's going on in the scene. But also, I would, if I were you, no, if you were me, well, what I wanted to say and encourage you to visit the culture centers in the regions and kind of organize yourself a tour with a car or bike or whatever, and go to see places outside of Prague. I think this is super important, and from my experience, these places are always hosted with such a generosity, which is very unique, and I think it's very nice and important to share the attention outside of the epicenters, because in Prague we are still, like, everything is very much Prague centralized, and most of the artists are living here, and I just think it's important to distribute this.
Thanks.
And yeah, maybe now the question which will be delegated to the participants is how do you perceive, when we are speaking about the diversity also of the Bavarian scene, how do you perceive the landscape?
Yeah, I just want to give the word directly now to my colleagues, because they can just give their own impressions and their own perspectives on this. Just shortly said, I experienced the scene as a very diverse one. I already said that, and I'm very happy to be here with all of these different people that work in different fields. So we prepared one big question for you all that we asked to be answered differently. It's living and working in Bavaria. What do you experience as the main challenge in your respective field of work, and what do you observe as a special potential? Who is talking first? Yeah. So just give me a second, Christina. Thank you. I missed to just mention that the Verband Freie Darstellende Künste Bayern is here with 4 people of the board. Daniela now is missing because she's having her own show tonight. But maybe you 3 can say hello. It's our association that is very important for our platform project. Thank you for having you here, for being together. So please, it's you.
Yeah, thank you, Julia and Piotr, and all the others who had been organizing all this stuff here. My name is Christina Ruf. I'm part of the board of the state association, the Bavarian State Association. We are 4 women in the board now since October last year. I was thinking of dropping down just some words, and the most important thing is that we have to work on the state support and all the structural measures to get independent artists in a financial structure that is combining community and state funding and national-wide funding as well. We have, as next topic, we have the question of diversity. And diversity, you said it's quite diverse in Bavaria, but the problem is we don't have really a lot members that are part of the diversity scene, let's say like that. And we have one other topic, it's sustainability and generation change. That means also a knowledge transfer. And those 2 topics would be maybe a little bit expressed by Paulina.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us today and for organizing all these events. And I think, yes, sustainability is a very important topic for us. We have to face that challenge, not only because of environmental reasons, but also concerning the process. And therefore, our biggest challenge is the funding system, because we really need a system that supports artists and also the process, instead of just supporting single performances. And also there is the point of the generational shift, which is at the same time a big challenge, but also has big potential. And I think we could talk for hours now, but I will give the word to the next one.
Thanks a lot. Jonas is giving a sign.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Jonas. I'm a contemporary circus artist based in Regensburg. And for the explanation what we are doing and for the struggle, whatever, I pass on to Michi.
Hello, I'm Michi Hajduk. I'm from Munich. I'm representing the Association for Contemporary Circus in Bavaria. In Munich, the BUTZ, Bundesverband für zeitgenössischen Zirkus. And yeah, we have struggles in fundings and in structural problems, as Julia mentioned before, and being acknowledged as cultural form in general. And to that the theaters open the doors for our genre, I would say. And yeah, but Bavaria is nice, especially for contemporary circus artists. There are not so much, so there's a lot to work. And we are open up to invite people from Czech Republic for residencies, and we are looking forward to a nice exchange. I will pass the mic on to you.
Hi, my name is Jakob. I work as a director, performer, and composer for theater scores. I co-run a small venue for young audiences, and I'm board member for the local association for independent performing arts of the metropolitan area of Nuremberg. I always have to breathe while I say that, like I can't say it in one. Yeah, the biggest challenge, I think, it was still because in the metropolitan area of Nuremberg, it's still a very there's a lot of independent performing artists, but they don't work together. So to get people around to the idea of a kind of togetherness as a scene and working together for the same goal, for the furtherment of the scene, is a big challenge, especially because it is a very, as like we said, a very diverse scene, but even culturally a very diverse city and a very diverse area. So there's a lot of barriers for non-native cultural programs to get recognized in citywide and get out of the small communities. And as most of the work is basically done by volunteers like myself, and I have neither the capacity nor the competence to really efficiently bridge all the barriers between the different cultural actors. This is one of the bigger challenges to lower barriers for people who are not in the classical German theater field, which is at the same time a big potential, like we always express at this point. So we have a very diverse scene, but to get everybody recognized and to have a kind of see everybody as a major part of the cultural background of the area and of Bavaria altogether, is something that we have to work on.
Hello, my name is Christina Haas. I'm artistic director of Gossener Hoftheater, a small independent theater based in Nuremberg. And I can only agree with the people who spoke before me. And I want to add that we're struggling also with communication and connection, not only in the scene, but also with politics, which is mostly that they are only seeing the state theaters, city theaters, and less the independent scene, and in consequence are funding them less, and that's not good.
So it's Felix and David now?
Hello, I'm Felix. I'm from Bamberg together with David. I'm working as an actor and curator for experimental music. And I don't want to speak about the struggles. We have heard a lot of it. Because the days we are here, or during the visit of Mala in Ventura, I saw a lot of potential and a lot of nice things. There's a cool connection between Czech Republic and Bavaria, beside of beer. We can learn a lot from each other, and it's nice to visit a place. And I can't speak Czech, but in all cafes and everywhere, everybody is just saying hello, guten Tag. That's very nice, and I hope that we can learn from your friendly, open, and very nice big scene, and we can learn from Alta, for example, just to do something, just to start and to make performance happen, instead of talking about grants and struggles and things, just to meet each other and to see performances. And now I will pass to David. He's a colleague from Bamberg.
Thank you very much. My name's David. Together with Felix, we founded a small group which is actually called Franz Kafka, which is a funny connection to Czech Republic, I guess. And yeah, I would like to connect to this openness Felix talked about, because Bamberg is a very rural area, I would say. It's called a city, but it's very small. And I think our main goal there is to kind of create an openness for contemporary topics, because it's a very conservative place, which on one side, of course, brings its struggles, but maybe talking about potentials, it's quite nice to see an impact, which you might not see so much in a bigger city that really has this diverse structure that was talked about before. So you're very welcome to test out your performances or something in Bamberg in these small spaces. I would like to pass on, maybe.
Yeah, it's Evelyn, who now wants to give her statement. It's the last one, and then Peter's going on.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Evelyn. I'm a director and media artist, originally from Slovenia, living now in Munich. And my specialty is to combine music theater with gaming and new technologies like augmented reality and virtual reality and so on. I'm doing this a long time now, 15 years. And I was asked to talk about the struggles doing this bulky artistic work. So maybe two ones. The first one is financing, like always, because we are talking about productions which need 3 to 5 years. Very huge interactive immersive installations, about 100 to 1,000 square meters big. So it is needed to find co-financing in Germany as well as in Europe too, as well as the right collaborators, crazy people who believe in visions and want to do something else. So it needs the view out of the box. The second is venues. So we are all struggling in Munich and Bavaria with venues, but if you want to go into a lost space, it needs much more longer. So it needs years that you can get a space and recreate it into a venue to run a show for weeks or months. It's doable, but mostly when you created it, you have to leave, which is somehow strange. And something positive, also driven by the pandemic, is the need and the interest in the digital, the virtual, the hybrid, the interactive, in interdisciplinary forms. So there is an interest also from politics to support it. But what we really need as independent scene, as artists, as creative, as startups and companies, as well as cultural institutions, is a critical discussion how we want to use new media and new tech in future, also regarding the rise of open AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, friends and colleagues from Bavaria, for your voice and for articulating this. I think, like my dear friend Cassie is saying, that articulating the shared struggle is always the first step to mobilize and to get active. And I would also maybe just to complete it, that I think it always has to go also with shared joy, that it has to go hand in hand, and maybe this is the way how we can get active and do things. And maybe this is also how to make a bridge to introduce very briefly the Czech Bavarian-Czech platform. Eventually we will do it without a presentation, but we can show it to you. I was doing it yesterday evening. And yeah, I guess from this shared joy, shared curiosity, and shared struggle, we initiate something which we call Bavarian-Czech platform. It's a platform and collaboration between Association of Independent Performing Arts in Czech Republic and the Bavarian Association. And we started it basically last year, and what it should do, basically, it should just provide a bridge and some more like structural exchange between professionals in Czech Republic and Bavaria. And what we will do, we are organizing these delegations, which is trips of groups, counting from 10 to 20 people, going to each other's country and cities, and visiting each other's places and meeting the locals and seeing like where could be the sparks to fire the mutual interest and possible some collaboration, because we can't stand in this alone, and we need each other, and it's very close to each other, and I think this is something which matters. And yeah, we will be ongoing with other activities in November, bringing about 15 people from Czech Republic to Bavaria. We will let you all know very soon. And then we will continue in 2024 with very similar activities and with very similar conversation. I'm sorry, I said everything.
Perfect, because the time is running. Let's do it like this. So we are there. If you have questions, we have a presentation with us. Because time is running, we skip it now. But I just wanted to mention that there are some more people here in between this framework. It's Arena Festival of Young Arts, Bjarne. It's Claudia from Festival for Human Rights and Politics, Trigger from Nuremberg. Did I miss someone? Nastia is here from Collective Future.x together with Paulina. Yeah, you can come back to us, and we are happy to get in touch with you personally afterwards or in between breaks. And there's Axel Tangerding, who is also creating this platform, and Krzysztof Kolacek for sure, who's coming up on stage. Yeah.
Let's pass the word now to Martina.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's too late. He passed the word. So yeah, we kind of continue in elaborating things.
There's still a bit of time, but thank you. We decided to make the Q&A after the second part of this block, after Martina and Pavel. And so then we will ask Julia and Petr back on the stage so we can continue on this topic. So now I will invite Martina Pecková Černá from the Arts Institute and the Theatre Institute of the Czech Republic, and Pavel Štorek. Also, he's a dramaturg and producer from the same institution, but also from the 4+4 Days in Motion Festival. And they will talk a little bit more because they both work for the international department of the Arts Institute about the possibilities of this institution, how to support the international exchange and collaboration. So the word is yours, and you can speak.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Petr and Julia, for the great beginning and start of the conference. It's an honor to be here, although both of us, me and Pavel, we are coming from a state institution, governmental institution. But we hope that our service and our work is also beneficiary for the Czech and international independent scene. In our talk, we will present Perform Czech. We will tell you what is Perform Czech, who is Perform Czech, then
why?
We will, why is Perform Czech? Then we will provide some examples of our work, and at the very end of our talk, we will present some very short PPT, a couple of slides with some numbers and facts. For the beginning, I would like to say that I'm really grateful to the Association of Independent Theatres Czech Republic for organizing this conference. We are in close touch with not only with this association in the Czech Republic, but also with other professional associations covering and platforms covering performing arts. Mainly through the Czech Center of the International Theatre Institute, which gathers 17 platforms, networks, associations working in the field of theater, dance, contemporary circus, residencies, cultural centers. And mainly during the COVID crisis, this platform turned out to be a really important agent in culture advocacy, in communication with the state and public administration in overcoming the overall crisis which suffered the sector of live arts. But back to Perform Czech, you see our slogan and main mission. As I said, we are a team of people who are employed by the Arts and Theatre Institute, which is a state organization established by the Ministry of Culture, Czech Republic. We are a website bringing information mainly in English and Czech for professionals working in performing arts. And we are a lot of diverse formats of collaborative projects in performing arts. We are present at performing arts markets, at festivals. We organize conferences, educational activities aimed at professional growth of professionals from the Czech Republic. We provide information service, mediate occasions for international collaboration, and through diverse professional networks and organizations, we are in touch with the international scene. It's not only us who is behind the brand Perform Czech, but also a broad scope of other professionals which are externally collaborating with us, mainly the dramaturgical board, which is a body of 14 persons, experts on performing arts in the Czech Republic and in international scope, who are responsible together with us, of course, for our activities, for selection of works, productions, projects, artists to be promoted and supported through our activities. We have also a couple of mobility schemes which are listed here in our activities. We run open calls for participation in festivals abroad, in international conferences and other professional events. We organized so-called pro-visits, which are aimed at discovering specific territories and establishing contacts with colleagues from that territory where we are traveling. We organize educational activities called Perform Czech Skills, not only as our activity, but also through European projects such as funded from the schemes such as Erasmus Plus or Creative Europe. And last but not least, we run the Go and See mobility program, which is open not only for performing arts, but for the whole field of culture. And it's a short-term mobility scheme for professionals from the Czech Republic who are traveling to professional events abroad. And we have how many supported persons a year?
It's running 10 years, and we supported about 300 artists or managers or promoters during this time. It's a very flexible form for traveling abroad.
And we have 80 supported a year or something
about
like that? 100 persons
a year.
A year, so it's a lot. So this is our team. This is our dramaturgical board. I mentioned that they are experts in performing arts. You see here, for example, Lucia Kashialova connected with Alta, where you were yesterday. And these are the international non-governmental organizations who have the home base in the Arts and Theatre Institute and in Perform Czech. And they are covering not only performing arts, but also music and other artistic disciplines. But for Perform Czech, it's mainly theater for young audiences, puppet theater, set design. and so on. To show you what is on, maybe we will continue the questions you were asking Peter and Julia, what's on right now. You can see it here on our webpage. Actually, today a big event is starting, which is the Prague Quadrennial of Performance, Design and Space. And we organize a special program which accompanies this big conference and festival, which is called PQ+. So if you are staying a couple of days longer in Prague, you are very welcome to visit also this program, which is combined from performance, installations, text-based theater, music theater, and so on. So that's something what is starting today and lasting until 18th of June. And Pavel will now present our two projects, which is the catalog of Czech theater projects that are proposed for international collaborations and presentations, and a special curated selection aimed at collaboration with German partners.
Yeah, just very simple things that we have a website where we are selecting every half years. We make the presentation of the mainly independent, but not only independent artists and performances, which artistic board recommend to traveling abroad. So it's kind of platform for music theater, contemporary dance, contemporary circus, drama theater, puppet theater, and young audience. And I think it's, especially during the COVID time, and now it's going well, because you have some kind of, if you visit this page, you can visit what is going on right now, and it's kind of a preview, which is not original. You can visit Pro Helvetia, for example, web page, but it is kind of a preview what is going in Czech Republic. And from this selection, we are doing that. If we go, for example, to Tanzmesse, if I think about Germany, or now next week I go, and with colleagues we go to Intega meeting in Bielefeld. We curating special section for a recommendation of the Czech artist, especially to Intega, to small scale or middle scale productions, which we can recommend for Czech and German exchange. So it's something like tools for orientation, but we are not. We are just offering this possibility. And if you're interested about some companies, you directly connect with the producer or with the companies or artists, and they will communicate directly with the artist, which if you like. Of course, it's just navigation. What is going here, or what is like taste of Czech art, performing arts, and I think it's very. I like that the artistic board. It's very difficult to select a limitation edition, because of course there is quarrels, and some performances could stay forever because they're still in the repertory. But I like this kind of fresh platform, because if it's online. So it's you can visit every half year, and you will visit different artists with the information who they are, for how big audience, and so on and so on. And for Intega, we go now test it or try it, because we have kind of pre-communication. There is a promise that we can connect Czech performing arts into this kind of network or umbrella of 400, not of course 400, but with few venues. With free venues or festivals, and to offer possibility for Czech performing arts for next year to support the touring or exchange or mobility, traveling, and so on. So this is very shortly. I don't want to disturb, because you can visit everything you can find here. Thank you.
So that's just two examples from our activities. As you saw, our webpage speaks mainly English, but for this specific collaboration with the Intega network, we speak also German. So you can find all the information here and come to this selection directly from our webpage, where you can find the direct link to this specific curated selection for German market, but also the general catalog of Czech projects for international touring. Maybe we should add for the catalog that we update the catalog twice a year in collaboration with our dramaturgical board. So we always consider the fresh premieres in the Czech scene, and we include them into the catalog and combine them with all the works, so you can find really fresh selection of Czech theater, dance, and contemporary circus or the interdisciplinary projects in this selection. Maybe one last example from our webpage. Also, if you would like to plan your trip to the Czech Republic, we have here the Save the Date part where we present the dates of the festivals in the country. It's an annual overview of festivals which are happening here and which are also interesting and accessible for international guests because they provide translations, certain link, or guest service for international visitors. So you can plan your trip also for autumn. And what is our own activity are the visitors programs. Malá Inventura was mentioned here as a hub for new theater, progressive performing arts projects. We are organizing our visitors programs which are focused on text-based theater, drama theater, and then another group of international guests who are coming to visit us are professionals from the field of puppet theater and theater for young audiences. So we usually organize 2 of these programs. Spring is dedicated to text-based theater and autumn usually for theater for young audiences and puppet theater. For the end of our presentation, I would like to ask for the PPT. Okay. And I prepared a couple of slides with facts. We presented Perform Czech. Just once again, we are a department of the Arts and Theatre Institute established by the Ministry of Culture, Czech Republic. We are actually quite an old organization, established already in the 1959. But from the beginning, we were aimed at 2 main pillars of our work, which is documentation and research of Czech theater. So it's one part. So you can find a lot of databases and information about Czech theater in our services. And the other pillar has always been international collaboration. It started mainly with set design and theater architecture through the Prague Quadrennial, but nowadays we have a broad scope of international activities. Not only Perform Czech is based in the Arts and Theatre Institute, but as I heard that also professionals from the field of music are present here. We have another department called Sound Czech, which is mainly promoting Czech music of all genres and connecting the Czech music scene internationally. Going back to the topic of independent performing arts, I wanted just to present a little bit the Czech landscape. For the beginning, I chose a short quote from the Czech state culture policy, which was formulated by the Ministry of Culture, Czech Republic, in 2021. And I chose a short quote talking about independent arts, about non-governmental and non-profit organizations. And maybe it's interesting that the Czech state culture policy is declaring that the Ministry of Culture will push for further development of independent scene. It acknowledges the importance of independent culture organizations in the whole ecosystem of Czech arts and culture. And also the document is aware of the imbalance in the level of support between the public institutions and independent scenes. So we very hope that this declaration will be true also for the future. We know that the economic situation is not good in our country, in Europe, in the world, so we can expect some austerity measures, and right today the Czech government is negotiating and dealing with some special package of austerity measures. So we strongly hope that this document will be true also in the reality. As for the financial support of independent performing arts, the grant systems were mentioned here, or funding schemes were mentioned here by Peter. So just a quick overview. A very important tool is the grant system of the Ministry of Culture. Diverse programs and schemes open for independent and non-governmental organizations. Then another important tool is the grant system of the city of Prague, which is really a huge engine for independent culture sector in our country. And then, of course, also the cities and municipalities have their own grant schemes in less volume. Also the regions are supporting culture or independent culture. And what is an important tool or scheme for our present days is the National Recovery Plan, which makes possible also new innovative projects to happen. There are new supporting schemes for culture activities, for creation, for education projects, but also for international collaboration. This scheme will last until 2025. So we can expect some funding next year. Then we will go back to the national resources. And here you have also some very brief summary of the main pillars or milestones of the Czech National Recovery Plan. One of them is the status of artists, which should go through the legislative process by 2025, and it's one of the most important milestones of the Czech National Recovery Plan. This scheme brought a lot of money into the sector. It's a new also situation for all the administration. It's a huge burden also for the Ministry of Culture to go through all these budget and new schemes, but it brings a lot of development also for the sector. As for the Czech theater landscape, I just wanted to point out that Czech independent performing arts scene is really rich and huge. Through the statistics of the National Information and Consulting Center for Culture, we have an evidence of 111 companies and theaters established by NGOs in 2021. No one knows how many more are there which didn't send their report to this center, so it's an approximate number. We have 39 public theaters established by state, municipalities, or regions, and around 60 commercial theaters. I went also into the statistics of guest performances abroad. So again, through this National Information and Consulting Center, the statistics says that in 2021, theaters established by NGOs presented around 100 performances abroad, while public theaters 71 and commercial theaters 30. When we go then deeper into these numbers, theaters established by NGOs present mainly dance, while public theaters usually bring as guest performances text-based productions or puppet productions, because we have a rich network of public puppet theaters. Oh, this is, I'm sorry for this clicking, but it's a bit, yeah. As for our catalog or collection of projects recommended for international collaboration, I also made a very small statistics. We have now on the list 69 productions, and 49 are coming from independent companies, which is a high percentage of representation of independent companies in this specific selection. And what is maybe not so surprising, that all of them which are coming from the field of contemporary circus or dance are produced by independent companies, but also in the field of drama, theater, or even opera, we have companies who produce their work independently through NGOs. So that's maybe surprising that also in this genre, independent performing arts are represented. Last project I wanted to mention from the range of our activities is research. Since 2019, we have been conducting a research on Czech independent theater after 1989. So far we have published the first volume, a book, which is mapping the development of Czech independent theater in the 1990s after the big social and political shift in 1989. And this year we will publish the second volume covering the period 2000 to 2014. And as we are working with the methodology of oral history, we conducted dozens of interviews with personalities active in the independent scene. Some of them are sitting among us, and their observations and comments on creation on the independent level will be included also in this publication. That's it. We are here for possible questions. We would like also to invite Petr and Julia if they want to join us. And if you have some urgent questions or comments, please go ahead or contact us later. We will be here during the conference also later on.
So thank you Martina and Pavel. So now we have all four speakers all together on the stage, and you can ask in person, or you can write us through Slido. We already have one question here, so I will use it. But if you, I will give you a word if some of you want to ask something. But if not, I will have a question from the Slido, which you already see on the screen. I will try to interpret it in English. Where do you see the future, in the future years, the best possibility of collaboration between Czech and Bavaria? And is there any good example of from the abroad how it should work or be?
Okay, I can try to answer it, even though I'm not sure. Where I see the biggest potential of collaboration, I think I see it in the people who are truly curious and who will prioritize their capacity in order to do something together and to kind of step out maybe out of the ordinary circle. So I think, I don't know if this is answering the question precisely, but I feel it. This is also where we, from the platform, are kind of searching and like shifting our attention to. Like whenever we see someone who is like truly curious and who has the capacity, like we try to approach them and like help them to connect with people and to push it forward. So also, if the person who is asking this question is feeling like this, like please, Peter, at Bavarian-Czech platform.cz. 731-468-447. I'm available for calls.
I don't know if the person is in-house or is somewhere in the digital world. Do you want to add something or no? Another question, is the mapping research available in English? I think that's the question on Pavel and Martina. About the Divadlo Svoboda?
Yes, there will be the first or the summary, not the extensive volumes of the two thick books on Czech independent theater after 1989, but a shorter summary available this year in English too. So when you are coming next time to the Czech Republic, please ask us for a copy or order through the webpage of the Arts and Theatre Institute.
Pavel?
Monitoring perform Czech, I mean monitoring of the art. If it's a question, it's an artistic board who is monitoring the new pieces and premieres, if you mean this. And evaluation, this is a good question, because there is not clear statistic how many companies are going abroad. So we have not clear numbers because there is different counting, and they are not responsible to report us, if I'm right, report us if they are going to Slovenia, Germany, or somewhere. Of course, it would be very nice to have a clear report, but the independent scene are not, they don't like the questionnaire, I think, somehow, but maybe Martina could add me.
Yeah, like our programs, we have our evaluation tools. We go through all the reports from the mobility schemes we provide to individuals. Of course, we do this like in the level or in the frame of our activities. You touched a little bit the question of statistics. I think Petr is the best expert on the problems of statistics about arts and culture in the Czech Republic. So it's true that we haven't any like global overview on what everything is happening in international collaboration. Also the statistics I presented are a bit limiting because we can get some numbers from them, but not all the details we would need. But it's true that we haven't any like tool how to get this information because the law on statistics in the Czech Republic makes the other organization I mentioned, the National Center information center for culture competent to collect the data about Czech cultural sector, and they publish and open their data for public use. So I don't know if you want to add something, Petr, but maybe it's a complex topic. The statistics.
The statistics is in Czech Republic.
And evaluation.
Yeah, it's a very complicated topic, and I don't want to get into this topic at the moment because it's for hours. But I want to ask if I'm right. I'm not sure. In the past, you were trying to, with this Perform Czech activity, try to organize some kind of a showcase festival in here. Is it right or not?
Well, we had these bigger showcases quite a long time ago. In the past years, we have focused on supporting diverse activities. So we had a specific funding scheme for festivals and events which present Czech performing arts to international professionals. So, for example, Malá Inventura was funded through us, or Tanec Praha, or the Czech dance platform organized by Tanec Praha, or other festivals. At this very moment, also thanks to the National Recovery Plan, this scheme is taken over by the Ministry of Culture. So I think that from the next year, these events, festivals, big conferences, and so on, will be able to apply through the Ministry of Culture. And it is also a common understanding of us who are closer to the sector and try to understand the needs of Czech performing arts and the Ministry of Culture to continue this scheme also in the future after the National Recovery Plan is finished.
Okay, another question. You already spoke about it a little bit, but how do you choose the performances for the Perform Czech?
I answered already. It's by artistic board, 14 people who is like experts for the dance, contemporary circus, and so on. So they are recommended. And
can someone apply? Like, I have a performance which is good for the exchange, for the international. Could be.
I think you can, but
you have to know Pavel.
Of course, you can send your proposal. We share it with the dramaturgical board, and these experts, they decide what is selected. You can imagine that it's not an easy process. We have also some members of our dramaturgical board here. They can share also their experience. But of course, we have much more performances proposed by the dramaturgical board than actually it makes sense. We try to have in each of the small chapter around 10 or 12 performances, and sometimes we have really tough discussions about what to select, what is really, like what has a specific quality for international touring, because it's a huge difference between understanding what is seen as a quality here for the local audiences, but there is another understanding what is a quality for international presentation.
Okay, maybe there are two more questions. Do you feel there is a need for arts advocacy toward the public, not only public administration? If yes, can you describe a good example? Maybe you too? So, do you feel the need for the advocacy? Yeah, do you feel there is a need for arts advocacy toward the public?
You can maybe think about it, Julia and Petr, but I will answer with one project we have. It's not that international, so I haven't mentioned it here. But we also, like Perform Czech, we organized the theater night in the Czech Republic. Actually, this project came from international collaboration because there exists something what is called European Theater Night. It's a specific event, it's a one-day event when theaters and cultural organizations open their doors and they let their audiences enter usually not public spaces, so there are backstage tours, there are talks with actors, their, I don't know, photo activities in costumes, makeup, and usually these activities are for free or for very reduced fee. In our country, it is a very successful project. We have usually each year around 40,000 visitors of this event and around 80 or 90 involved theaters. And of course, this project is aiming at the audience development and at establishing new relations or fostering or deepening the relations with audiences. And also thanks to the quantity, which is really huge, it gains a lot of also media coverage. So actually, we understand this project as something what is also lobbying for performing arts, for theater on the general public level.
Okay. You can maybe also say a few words on the top, what you've already said, and I think that the advocacy towards the public is also very embedded in the process of how we do things itself. And maybe this is also where we need to, also if we want to do the advocacy for public, I think we also need to think what kind of processes we are producing rather than think only about the products that we eventually try to deliver. And I think it is also very nice what you do in Vzlet when you kind of build up the commissioned projects together with some target groups and also people in terrain and I guess many other here. So I think this is also just to kind of acknowledge the processes which leads toward the artwork, that they are also the tools for the advocacy towards the public.
Okay. Can I ask you, what is the position in Bavaria, the position of the independent arts, how it's recognized by the public, by the wide public? Because that's the question, if it needs any advocacy, or because I think the position of the independent arts in the Czech Republic is not, you know, it's not very good, let's say. So how it's in Bavaria?
Yeah, I would say it's similar to this, to your perspective. We as an independent scene are not really visible compared to the stage scene or stage theater scene. So it's a really big struggle to make us more visible all the time. It's really like a political task, I would say. Yeah, and we're struggling a lot, but in some circles and some frames, it's different to this, and there's a lot of interest, but it's still like an island thing in a way. What would you say? Would you add something? People.
Yeah, it's the people in the main hall. They want.
Jakob.
We also have some more microphones somewhere.
Yeah, I would say that there's definitely a need for advocacy for the independent performing arts, because it's like usually swept under the rug by and overshadowed by huge companies, especially in Bavaria, where we have really huge institutions. In Nuremberg, we have the third best financed theater in all of Germany, which is just a huge tanker of a house. But like in the last couple of years, the independent scene got more visible, or has been introduced into the discourse, because they're building an interims building for like 2 billion euros is the amount that it's going to cost Bavaria at the moment. So there has been raised the question, what about the independent scene? So it has been introduced into the discourse, but more of like as a political point to silence the artists, the many artists that are not actually working in the bigger institutions. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, we're a little bit running out of time, so probably let's have another last two questions. We have something on the Slido, but I prefer live people here. If not, again, we are like combining two topics and two different presentations. I don't know if it's a good idea for the future, but now we're switching from one topic to another. Why the catalog is not transparent open call, from Czech probably, and how you decide that that is fit for touring abroad? Do you have some parameters? You can see it on the screen, so if you understand me. So probably Pavel or Martina.
I see that the catalog is really very curious thing. I think that what I can say, like from when observing the selection for the catalog, like in a couple of years time frame, we have a stable, let's say, number of companies which really work deeply in developing their international collaborations. So they repeat through diverse works, but the same companies are staying, and then others are coming to it. Why I am commenting that I think that the catalog is known, like in the Czech professional scene, and if someone is really like interested in being included, usually we get an email from that company asking how it works, and we pass this proposal to the dramaturgical board, and then they consider this proposal if it fits the catalog or not. I can mention also another example when the dramaturgical board is proposing some performance to be included into the catalog, but then because we ask always the theaters or the companies because once they are selected, we contact them, we ask for the materials for the webpage to be translated, to be presented in the catalog. Sometimes it happens also a vice versa situation when the theaters say we don't want to be included with this performance. And then a dialogue starts because we understand that sometimes the transport conditions or other conditions of the show are so complex that it's actually not possible to bring it somewhere else or to tour it. Or they come with another proposal, we would like to include another title, not this one, but please consider another one we would like to present internationally. So I think there is, it's an ongoing work, never-ending work, because it's a constant dialogue actually between or among us, the dramaturgical board, the team of these 14 experts, and the theaters who are approached with a proposal to be included into the catalog. We mentioned that there are 69 performances, but besides that, we do these specific selections. We presented this Intega project and this specific selection for this event, but we have also specific selections for other events such as Tanzmesse, Performing Arts Market, or we will be in Tarega in the festival with another selection for this market and territory. So actually, I think that we include around 100 or even more titles from the current Czech repertory, and so I would say that it's quite a representative selection of what is going on the Czech professional scene. So that's maybe, I don't know if I answered completely the question, but
yes,
yeah.
We have more questions on Bavarian-Czech, but we don't have more time. So if you have, if you want to ask how to apply, how to work, if there are any rules, please contact these two guys from the Arts and Theatre Institute. Visit the Bavarian-Czech.cz. Is it the name of the web?
Answer for one question. We are also organizing the residency exchange program, so you can also contact us for the residency exchange. That's answer for one question, which was there.
Okay. There's also like a project to create an independent platform where all the independent theaters from the Czech Republic can have access to and put their like 4 minutes and 33 seconds material and present themselves. Maybe it's a good idea for you for the future.
No, I think it's a good task for EIAPA. You should talk about it within the conference. We will be happy to collaborate with you, but it's a nice task for you.
Okay. Thank you all four of you. Thank you for your presence here. Thank you for. And now we will have a short break, like 10 minutes, and you can continue outside of the hall in person. Thank you. Já možná jenom poprosím. Poprosím zpátky do sálu, po vás poprosím, please come back. You are outside, probably don't hear me, so if you can tell the others to come back, we will continue. The schedule is quite tight. Tak, tato část dnešního programu bude v češtině.
Now this part will be done in Czech. That's why I am speaking Czech. Those of you who don't understand me, you may understand. Please collect your headphones.
So please go outside or you can try to learn some Czech if you're brave. It's not an easy language, we know. Okay, so again, next presentation will be in Czech, so please take your headphones outside of the hall. Tak a já přecházím tedy do...
And I'm switching back to my mother tongue, which I am in better command of than of English. And the next speaker is Jan Vincenec, who is the coordinator of Art Used project, and he will tell us. Please, Jan, the floor is yours. Beautiful day. I want to present our Reuse project. The main idea was, described by Eva Koťátková, the Czech design artist, when we were preparing. Arts is about sharing, not about creating wastage waste boxes. So we must reuse material. The goal of the project is to create the main communication point in recyclation of unused museum or artistic material. This photo is from our warehouse. I used it as a background, but it shows very well how it works. Architects told us that they have a big van of extruded polystyrene. I took it because it looks like ice in the Arctics, and I thought it would be sexy in the warehouse, but we were successful in distributing all the material within a month. The project actually deals with two main problems of cultural traffic. First, where to put the unused material and the lack of material on the market. When a big institution prepares a project, typically they have big architecture, but they do not have such big warehouses. And that works in companies as well and in film productions. If a small company or gallery does an exhibition, they have a small exhibition but no warehouse at all. So many things were just thrown out until now. That's why we started this project. People bring their used material, they bring it with their own transportation, or we do the transportation. And the second function is that all material that is put together, we put it on our e-shop, and whoever is interested can get the material for free, only under the condition that it will be returned into culture or non-profit cultural projects. We were able to distribute 50 tons of material, such as pedestals, and this is our game that we produced. And you can see what is distributed. It's bamboo, or postaments, or decorations, banners, textiles, theater decorations, and tools. And I will show you a few examples and explain to you how it works. This are realizations or materializations of one big supply. It was a furniture-making company from West Bohemia. They produce furniture for KFC and McDonald's, other fast foods. And they finished a project. They had leather or artificial leather or veneer, and they do not have the personnel to sell or distribute this, and it really sticks in their warehouses. So it was much cheaper for them to send two lorries from West Bohemia to Prague. And this is the base on which we work with companies. And here you can see the places to which the material went. Galleries, artists, festivals, associations, and various publicly beneficial things like libraries, workshops, and so on. This is another example. For example, in the Hybenská street, in the circular workshop, they were producing designed chairs. Or on the top, it's the installation of last year's design block. From leather, curtains were produced. Another cooperation with film productions, some decorations for an ad, there were, and you can see the boxes. And here is the Polarka theater from the town of Brno. They took 3 such small houses and produced a performance, and some other boxes were sent to London, to the Czech house in London, and a part again went to Brno, to gallery. And this is the art of my heart. You can see an exposition on the top. Registration of Stanofilko in Fight Gallery in the city of Brno, and it's only created from gypsum and cartoon. Platforms. Jana Pisaříková addressed us when we offered this. They were creating such an old people's house for Jiří Valušek. It's the old person who sits on it. Jiří Valoch coordinated the first exhibition of the first conceptual arts exposition back in 1974. It was named White Space in White Space, and Stanofilko was representing there. I am still moved by it. Now they built a house out of it for him. This is Urbania, which again finished in Brno. We put it on our website, and we're Prototypci organization who are teaching children to read. They took the whole exposition, including some old technology pieces, and they furnished their spaces, their premises. And this is a continuous circulation. We were collecting various parts for a design block. For example, from Czech animation film. They went to collect the material from us, and you can see the installation on last year's design block. And when design block was over, they took it all to us, including materials they received from other partners, and a week later it was moved to the to the Prague marketplace, and by Christmas, people or schools were collected the material to build their own Bethlehem decorations. And this was done about a month ago. The white parts above are from the Association of Jindřich Chalupecký in a National Gallery in Prague. They brought a whole lorry. Jirka Franta and David Bem. Now I recollected. They made an inscription while we are still here. The pointing thing was the SOS call from Titanic. There is a legend saying that they we say while we are still here, but because Titanic was considered to be unsinkable, other radio people thought they were just drunk and making poor practical jokes. We are in the climatic situation similar to Titanic. And so this is an SOS call from the 4 Days in Move festival. And on the bottom you can see glass. Glass is a nasty material. It gets broken, but the man makes it into small panes, and builds vases out of them. And this is from New York. For the arts, it was founded by the New York City, and it's just a department store for artists. They have much bigger possibilities, but I show you the inspiration for our project. And this is our warehouse back in September 2021. As I said at the beginning, the project was based on the long-standing needs of cultural traffic. So based on two associations, Skutek and ArtMap, the Jerzy Ptáček is there for Skutek and Tomáš Hruza for the other one. Skutek is a big organization in the decorative arts in the Czech Republic. Some 7 or 8 years ago, when they came into existence, they were already considering what to do with the used material. They started a Facebook group, material for transportation, everything that comes up from the workshops, schools, and so on. Nothing, not everything can be distributed at once. Now we contacted the Prague 3 town hall. The two gentlemen are from there. So they took this Skutek project, and this brought another project. And ArtMapa is the biggest platform for decorative arts. It's a publishing house, it's a bookstore, and they issue a map every month on cultural possibilities in Prague, including all the exhibitions and other projects. And it also has a platform. And this brings me to the main point. Thanks to the fact that it came into existence from the cultural traffic. So Skutek and ArtMapa have a big portfolio of contacts to curators and artists.
Tak okamžitě se začali ozývat lidi s materiálem a okamžitě jsme měli i odbyt. Takže jsme vlastně nemuseli dělat žádný marketing. Jo, ještě abych nezapomněl, už je to pryč, ale byla tam... Ano, aha, jo.
And not to forget, there is also Hanna Třeštíková, who in 2001 was a municipality representative in charge of culture, and another important partner who gave us not only first the grant for HR on the project, but together with the Capital of Prague Gallery, through this person we've been dealing on different issues with the recycling theater waste. This is an example of our website, the way I spoke about it, the cultural events are interlinked with our association. The offer has been incredible since the very beginning. These are the results of the first month reportage on Czech television, Studio 24, Art Zone, and also still during the first year there was a diploma thesis written on us. The lady student defended this diploma thesis when making her studies at the university. It was dedicated to art reuse. This is our depository in Prague, Smíchov. These are trucks we use. A small detail, an important detail. We distribute everything free of charge, and it's possible only to the fact that we have free of charge spaces arranged by Prague district. We have also transport free of charge, and first of all, we have an e-shop free of charge. This is important. Very shortly, what you can see, these are casting votes We took them once the communal elections were over in Prague 3 districts. Now it's been distributed and it's used for, I don't know, puppets making or some materials for books. If you visit our web e-shop, you ask for whatever you want to get, and if you meet the basic condition that it's being re-sent back to culture events, you can get it. These are our partners and their logos. Let me underline the Reuse Federation. This is the most important partner of ours in view of legislation. They are young ladies who have dealt with reuse since 6 years, I would say. They are pioneers of reuse in the Czech Republic. In 2021, in autumn, when we began to operate, this was quite an important period because in the same year there was the first Prague Reuse Center established, Panka. In September we began to operate, and then in Pilsen and in Ostrava as well. So only in 2021 reuse centers were established, and now retrospectively legislation is being adapted to it. And this federation is a great partner to us in this effort. Thank you very much, Honza, for your presentation. He will stay for one more minute with us because there may be questions addressed to him. I will stay in Czech now. Whoever is interested in raising a question, raise your hand. One from Slido. Are you used to Prague quadrennial reuse material? Yes, we've been examining this since 3 weeks. They've been calling us since 3 weeks, and I prepared already some transport vehicles. Once it's over, we will send them there. For your information, there's a lot of international artists, and already 2 weeks ago, a group of students from London reserved or booked a half of our depository capacity. We were a bit nervous about it. It cost us a lot of space, but they came and were so enthusiastic and offered to expand to London. That in London there is no such facility. A great news. And another question is coming from the back of our audience, a man in the last row. Thank you, David, for being our microphone runner for a while. In the meantime, if you want to get information about any of our speakers, you just take the QR code and you will find all the CVs and other information. Good morning. I wanted to ask whether all money needed for the operation of the website, including your salaries and such things, whether this is all funded by the municipality. No, we already made a second fundraising campaign. 150,000 was the result of the first one. At the beginning, also galleries made some fundraising. They sent us something as 2,000 crowns. So municipality is important at the beginning, but now we are already in the second year of our existence. We have some grant from the municipality, we have some other grant from the ministry, but in fact, since the website and transport is free of charge and we have volunteers, artists who come, they like it, and when they say, if you need something, do not hesitate to call me. So I do call them, and it works very well. We are non-profit for the time being, fully, and the project is being managed by myself alone. While now we've got 2 more additional people who exit the items from the depository with art mapping tool. So Art Map is another NGO and thanks to them we can work. Is it possible to ask for subsidies based on this project? Yes. For the time being, we've within the culture subsidy chapter, and in principle we should be funded from the chapter of the Ministry of Environment. And as a matter of fact, today there is a first call on the Ministry of Environment for establishing reuse centers. So this is the first time this year that you can apply also to Ministry of Environment, so that we do not reduce the amounts available to Ministry of Culture, because in fact we are dealing with different things. And the question is, since there are also commercial fairs and such commercial activities, if you have more capacities, if you could get linked to those as well, and also if you have any experience with the similar service abroad. We manage to distribute items at distance. If there are large items, we do it at distance. We have quite a small depository in Prague, 3 Žižkov, but we are able to distribute everything within one single week, and by some miracle, they are not returned back to us, because that would send us to a cycle. So it depends on staff. We do not have money for staffing. Our development is rather slowly, and we work through regional branches in Brno, Budějovice, Pilsen, and Ostrava, but it goes slowly. As to abroad, Lucia Macháčková joined us now. She's a former directress of Pragovka, and she's the one planning some collaboration with Vienna, but it's at the very beginning. We are happy for having been able to set up this functional model. Concerning Bavaria, is there any similar project or facility in Bavaria? Is there anything similar in Bavaria? Could you answer to that question, which is meant to representatives of Bavaria in the hall?
Well, it's not really Munich. There is a small association, I think it's called Treibgut, and they collect a lot of stage material, and you can buy them for quite sharp prices. Yeah.
Dobrá, thank you very much.
Já bych jenom k tomu dodal, že právě
I would add that Lucie Nováčková, as she's been a directress of Pragovka, she's highly experienced with residential stays, and as a part of our plan, we want to establish collaboration within the network of these European facilities in terms of residential stay. So if you come to London or to Munich or to wherever, that you know who to contact. And we now wonder how we could become a part of European network of reuse. Jan Vincenec and his project Art Reuse.
Next speaker is Axel Tangerding, who is a founder of Meta Theater in München, in Germany, and he will speak about the depository for the theater technical equipment for the independent sector established by the city.
Yeah.
So, Axel, you can talk.
Thank you for welcoming. Yes, so I would like to talk about a unique example in Munich. This is not only unique for Munich, but also for Germany. And the whole story started 45 years ago. So it's also connected to my own biography when I started independent artwork.
Okay.
When we started with simple means and sharing one reflector or some cables or amplifier. And the story starts with a social democrat party In the 70s, they started to go as an educational program into the quarters, into the worker quarters, to organize Stadtteilkultur quarters festivities. In Munich, especially to Sendling, to Hasenberger, so the problematic areas. And I remember it started with a very simple amplifier and 2 reflectors and a simple stage with 4 elements. This was the beginning of what it's now called Kulturreferat Technik. So in the cultural department, an own unity, self-organized, but under the roof of the city government. So which started with 3-4 elements. It grew in the 70s and 80s, and of course the technical requirements raised. The security efforts raised, so it becomes more and more difficult for independent productions to compete with the technical equipment. And if you get a support for your productions, you are happy not to invest all your money into technical equipment, but also keeping some money for artistic production. Yeah, sometimes it's splitting. So it's a social democrat idea starting in the 70s, when until now Bavaria is very black, a Christian Democrat, black country, and the red islands were Munich, Nuremberg, and Augsburg. So also in Nuremberg, the Social Democrats developed the Stadtteilkultur, which is very unique also in Germany, and in Munich it was the technical equipment for the productions which take place in Munich and which are supported. So you can rent all the equipments today for a minimum administrative fee, so it's under 100 euro, so it's affordable. Today, this department, it has, I think, 100 employees. So the technical equipment is now digital. They have workshop for metalworks, for woodworks, for textile works. So it's a huge compound in the outskirts of Munich with 5 trucks. So it's a huge service company. The value today of all the equipment is 3.7 million euro, and they support per year 1,000 events. So it's quite some numbers. Yes, so that's. I have some information with me, but unfortunately it's in German. But they told me that if you are interested, we can provide you with some more brochures. They celebrated 45 years of this institution. And I told them that I'm going to Prague and tell about KR Technik. So they are already now promoting this model in Madrid, in Spain. So they would be happy to invite someone from Prague to Munich and to exchange ideas. I think this is a big support for the independent scene, which is referring to my own work. It always was a support. I mean, we have different means, which was already mentioned by Christina, a self-organized reuse initiative. We have in Germany on an online service, which is called fundusnet.com. It's only online, so they observe in the fair where material is after the fair breakdown, so you can go up to catch material before it's going to the dump. But I think other cities could learn from this Munich experience. Thank you. So if you have questions, please.
Okay.
I mean, referring to my own artistic structure, Meta Theater, when we invest money to new equipment, we always think how we could dimension it so we can rent it out. For example, a sound system, we don't need 36 days a year. So we share what we have. I think we should also start on a low base, on our self-organized institutions to share what we have.
Okay. Okay, so any questions from you guys? Okay, maybe first you.
Is it on? Yeah. Hello. I just wanted to ask, how does it work? I have independent company. I need some equipment. So it works like normal rental, let's say. So I'm paying maybe some more acceptable amount of money for the technical stuff, or is it like just free support, or how does this work? I didn't understood.
It's very simple. It's a deposit hall with all the equipments. You make an online form what you need, and they come back to you into 1-2 days and say, this is available, this is not available. So of course, a video beamer, they only have 3-4 video beamers. So certain equipment you have to be quick or a long time in advance. And then you just pay an administrative fee. So that, pardon?
So it's just administrative fee, and how much is it? That's a good question.
It's below 100 euro. So it belongs. It depends what you how much equipment you rent out.
Okay, so it's bigger if you renting more equipment than if you need only.
But at least it's not a rent; it's just an administrative fee. Okay. So, and even it's a non-profit company, so they do. They started now educating technical professionals.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, yeah, my question goes to the locals. Is there a similar project here in the Czech Republic?
No, I think at least what I know, maybe my other Czech colleagues, I'm looking at them now, correct me, but I don't think so. There's no such a service in the Czech Republic, unfortunately. And there was maybe if someone wants to start.
I just wanted to add that like we have a kind of like informal structure based just on the relationships of the technical people from the theaters, and they are basically able to call each other and resolve the problem, you know, rent it out, and theaters have this kind of like very friendly relationship. So we don't have it like organized, but it would be very nice if we would have something like that.
And the renewal, the buying of the new stuff, of the new equipment, is financed from
the city.
From the city.
Yeah. So it's a huge investment, and even you can rent out a truck for transporting a stage, and even mobile stage you can rent out. So it's a wonderland.
What it's like the annual budget of this organization?
The investment today is 3.7 million. Only the equipment.
In the equipment. Yeah. Okay. All right. Maybe.
But it's limited to events in Munich and the outskirts of Munich.
Okay.
So if you are from Nuremberg, you have to invent a story to do it in somehow.
Okay. Great. Tomorrow we will have the director of the culture department of the Prague City Hall and the Ministry of Culture. Maybe this is something what we call in Czech hozená rukavice. I don't know how to translate it, so maybe they will help me for them how to start such a business or such an organization.
But I can tell that anyone interested. I can give the contacts to the Munich department, and they will be happy to invite you to Munich.
Okay. Okay, so there's a question: who repairs the damaged equipment?
Yeah.
That's probably the organization itself.
Yeah.
Then how do rental companies perceive your project? Is there any bad blood? I don't know what bad blood means, but... huh? Maybe you understand what is bad blood?
No.
It's not my question, but I guess it means like if there are commercial companies who rent out technical
Yeah, of course we have a lot of technical commercial companies renting out, but it's no competition. So. And the selection is very clear. You have to be accessible. You have to be non-profit. It has to be supported by a project by the city of Munich, non-profit. Yeah, no, I know.
Is it possible because there somebody says that it's not possible without the support? So it is possible.
But anyway, you have to be non-profit, and the project has to take place in the outskirts of Munich or Munich itself. So that's a very simple condition.
Okay, so please remove this comment. It's not true. And then there's a link in the Slido where you can find most of the activities throughout Germany. Throughout Germany means
sustainable.
Okay, so also similar activities in different cities. Is it right? I'm asking German people. Yeah.
No, but we have this German-wide online fundusnet.com, and they provide you also a strange offer was now City Theatre is producing a turning stage. Mm-hmm. The opening will be, I think, next spring, and they offer already to sell the rotating stage in 2006 for nothing. Yeah. Maybe it's because today storage place is so expensive that even city theaters are happy to push out the material.
Okay, maybe one day you can buy or rent a whole theater.
Yeah. Or buy.
Or buy. Yeah.
For administrative fee.
less than 100 euros. Okay, any more questions from you? No. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Another interesting example. Thank you. Thank you, Axel. And next will be again in Czech. So I switch. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. Přecházím do Czech.
I'm switching to Czech. Our next guest is Petr Šimon, who's project manager. And he will tell us about his project. So here you have a microphone.
Hello everybody, good morning. Thank you for having me here. And as the organizer gave me the choice, I will switch in Czech, and also because I saw in the morning that the interpreters didn't, or you weren't listening to them, so I would like to make them useful. So, tak já přejdu do češtiny.
Okay, so I'm switching to Czech. Good morning, my name is Petr Šimon. Thank you for inviting me. I was invited to deal with a topic which was not worded so far. I hope it will fit. It is our way, our Czech way, to new opportunities. We were searching for a person who would be mapping opportunities and the way towards them in cultural organizations in the Czech Republic. This is not happening so far. So the organizers found their way to my person, and I am really involved with the topic in a university circle. And I thought, would I put a question mark on equal opportunities? But I decided to be good towards the Czech Republic, and I did not interrogate. I was already communicating with some people present here. So let me first, but many do not know me. I am a manager aimed at culture and education. And I have several chairs I'm sitting on. I am the chairperson of Alliance Française in Pilsen. That, however, is an unpaid job, and I have to make my living. So in culture, there are two topics. One is I am an independent consultant for European cities of culture. I spent 8 years in Pilsen. I worked with Novi Sad, Tampere, and with Clermont-Ferrand in France at present. And another job is I work in the West Bohemian University in Pilsen, and I deal with equal opportunities. To make a preface to my speech, I took an example, Scandinavian example, that was Tampere, who stood to be elected as the city of culture. Then, however, Tampere made it into the second tour, but then lost to Oulu. When we were preparing the project with my Finnish colleagues, what was very interesting to my colleagues in the Czech Republic was the Finnish view on equal opportunities. It's on the local, regional, and European level. And I liked the slogan saying, from selfishness to equal opportunities. I also worked with Novi Sad in Serbia, and the view of equal opportunities is on a totally different scale. And let's see where the Czech Republic fits in on the scale. We are not very well off when we look at the index of equal opportunities. We are nearing the end of the scale. In the European Union, we are about 4 places above the bottom. We only get 2.5 points out of 100, and we are number 25 in the European Union, and we do not make it upside.
The presentation will be hopefully shared with you. Yes, it will. So you will get all the information. The Gender Equality Index is being followed by the European Gender Equality Organization. There are several parameters: finance, knowledge, time, and care. These are indicators. Also access to power, access to decision-making, and health. Also violence is included, but it is not included as a part of the index. In relation to violence, it's interesting to know that the Czech Republic hasn't ratified yet the Istanbul agreement. Thanks God it did ratify the Lisbon agreement, but not the Istanbul one. If you look at the lower ranks of the countries, we are below the remaining 6 countries that haven't ratified it. They are at the bottom, and at the same time, they haven't ratified the agreement. Concerning the Czech Republic, the Czech government office adopted its strategy, and this is interesting for me, the strategy that is called Gender Equality Strategy, while in the Czech translation it's called Equality Between Men and Women strategy. Somehow we are afraid of the very word of gender. We prefer translating it as men and women, which has further implications, of course. When we look at those 8 topics, 8 topics that the strategy is dealing with. They are interlapping with topics monitored by the Gender Equality Index. And if you read the strategy, it always starts with a declaration that the Czech Republic is rather well off, having had good tradition, having relating to the tradition, the women's right to vote since 1920s, and so on and so forth. So it's usually introduced in this way, every single topic, and then there is a big but. Every chapter being opened optimistically, then rather sad facts, and then measures by 2030 targeting at improving the situation. But I remind again that we haven't ratified the Istanbul Agreement yet. What's going on in Czech universities? In my view, this is a sort of inspiration for other environments, including the artistic one. Not saying that every organization should have its gender plan. However, the fact that Czech universities have adopted having their own gender plans, this topic has been opened, and I can say, based on my experience, that indeed things progress. This is definitely an evolution that is extremely slow. I do not like the pace of it at all, but what can we do with it? It is as it is, and the motivation, I put in the first place the external motivation for institutions. It was transferred to us by the EU Commission, and there is a horizontal reflection also. Whenever you apply for a European institution, you must have your gender plan. Similarly to the Czech government strategy, also in universities, the very word of gender is being replaced by others. The same applies to the Western Bohemia University. This university does not have its gender plan. It has a plan that is entitled Plan of Equal Opportunities. It's more easily passable. And through external motivation, we go to internal one. And in view of what's going on around us, ladies and gentlemen representing Czech universities do realize more and more that plans for gender equality are necessary. You can see some figures by Sociology Institute of Czech Academy of Sciences. They made a study comparing plans of same opportunities in last year. Last year, only 11 institutions had. No, sorry. In 2021, only 11 institutions had their plan of equal opportunities. In 2022, it was already 69 institutions. But let's not hide from each other that it was mainly based on external motivation. In terms of circles of topics, there are 4 obligatory circles viewed from European horizon. So the plan must be first designed, it must be published, it must be signed by rector or an institution director. It must be, as I said, publicly published. It must contain what human resources and financial means have been allocated to it. It must state in what way the data will be monitored and evaluated. I refer to data representing men and women in different positions. And there is an obligation that courses, trainings in terms of increasing capacities must be prepared. When I read the report on plans of gender equality in Czech universities, I found myself surprised by the fact that less than 50%, only 40% of Czech universities have met the 4 basic conditions. And if the others haven't, I wonder how they can evolve in the point of these plans. And also, allocated human resources and financial means, this topic has been done in outsourcing way, not in Western Bohemian way, but in other universities, so that, for instance, the guiding principle is you are a woman, so you will understand the women's question or gender question. This is how it is still done. And at the same time, the plans of equal opportunities contain 4 recommended spheres. Most universities deal with all of them. What is the most interesting for this audience, I would say, is the last sphere, prevention of gender violence, creating gender security and safety. So currently in the Czech Republic, concerning the position of male-female artists, these things should be more opened, more discussed. Also, organizations' culture, it also refers to representation of men and women in decision-making positions, but also it refers to gender-sensitive language. In the end, in my opinion, what could be interesting for you is the question of gender-based sexual violence and creation of gender safety. And various entities approach it differently, starting with ethical codex, ethical commission, but more and more of them develop towards establishing a position of ombudsperson. As you can see, there are 9 of them at universities, and there are 19 of them already at different chairs. This is not a high number, but when I look at the overview of universities and chairs having already the position of an ombudsperson, they are mainly of arts domain, probably because of the fact that there may be more cases of gender-based sexual violence, or gender-based violence, excuse me. Also, the UNICEF project, the Czech Republic took part of it through several universities. The Contact University is the Academy of Sciences and Sociology Institute of the Academy of Sciences. They made an anonymous inquiry, an anonymous survey to find out what's the situation in gender-based violence. A similar survey is being prepared for the Czech institutions. This could also result in an inspiration for entities beyond the university environment. So this is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you have any questions, here I am. Thank you, Peter. Yes, I will come straight away with the first question through Slido. In Brno, several weeks ago, Women in Art conference took place, dealing with the context, with the topic within the context of culture. What, in your view, should change? I mean, in relation to arts and culture. I haven't attended the conference, unfortunately, but specifically what I tried to indicate in my contribution was that what should change is the very perception of gender. This is not a purely academic topic, this is a universal topic. And you may have noticed that I underlined the topic of gender-based violence as a very important, and creating safety, safe environment. Another question, how people performing as ombudsman, woman, how they are formed or shaped for that. There is not a single recipe. Often there are lawyers or psychologists, both men and women. It depends on a particular institution. Sometimes there are members of ethical commissions, but even more often there are independent personalities. Dr. Shamalová is a lawyer and she's ombudsperson for Charles University. The last question, how those trans, inter, and bi people factor was included in the study. Little. The topic of non-binarity has been very little opened and reflected upon in the Czech Republic yet. When I said that the evolution is taking place in the Czech Republic, but it's a very slow evolution, I referred exactly to that. In this context, for the time being university context, the topic of feminism, or only in quotation marks, equal opportunities, in the title of the study, this topic is being perceived as men and women, no non-binary people being included. The final breakdown, neither of the category. Another question with microphone. Thank you. I would like to ask whether you know by chance about a situation or an organization where a state organization, for instance, applied quotas. And if retrospectively some data was collected, whether it did have any positive effect, whether there are any reflections, any feedback on this type of solution of gender issue. I do not have any information on an organization, and it is really that I do not have information. There are some studies executed by the National Institute for Gender and Science, working by side the Academy of Sciences and Sociology Institute. You put the question in a rather positive way. Quite often, however, especially women in the Czech Republic, raise the topic in rather a negative way, saying we do not need quotas in the Czech Republic. I am an example of it, peace queen role. So there are more examples like that. If you are interested in finding such an institution, you may find them, but I'm rarely asked about such figures by my rector. Lenka, I do not have a question. I would like to thank Peter and explain why I invited specifically Peter for this conference. Because in culture, in the Czech Republic, all these things are rather at the beginning. And the domain of culture and education may be a bit more evolved. And since this is a conference of performing arts and theater, I thought it would be very interesting to enrich the content by this perspective. I mean, finding some more positive examples and perhaps a new approach to this point. Another question? Sorry, to be very fast, you have an example. You have an example of quotas when applied. I do not ask whether the result was positive or negative, but I wanted just ask you whether there have been quota applied on university institutions. As far as I know, besides Brno, it's at the very beginning. If you remember these gender equality plans, the recommended domain balance in decision-making in most universities in the Czech Republic, there was the lowest number of measures recommended to improve the situation. So we perceive it as recommendations how to work, but when I take Finland, when I have the honor to work, the result of quotas is clear, and it also shows in the fact
the community there doesn't ask the questions anymore. That's my own interpretation, is that the reason is that thanks to quotas, women made it to decision-making positions. And on Finland, when we worked in Tampere, on the Equal European project, Finns had a slightly reversed problem. We said, we the Finns, we are the most equal nation in Europe. How can you be the most equal? But certainly there are examples, and I can send you the figures. We have 2 more questions coming up, but we are rather struggling about time. Czech women's lobby. I do not have any information on that. In the West Bohemian University, I am in charge. I am a man of 45 plus. So it's a question of some strategy or diplomacy. I learned how to do it, but I don't know anything about the women's lobby. And please be brief. When do they react in the universities to the question when they choose their teachers? Yes, and with the West Bohemian University, it is so. Then you, of course, you have faculties, and they differ. They have the equality plan in their plans and on how scientific workers are chosen. But the new leadership of the Pilsen University doesn't have a single woman vice-chancellor. Okay, so that wasn't very positive. A bit to finish with. A round of applause for Petr. And those who are interested, you can go to the website of the Czech Women's Lobby.
The next speaker it's from Austria, and it's Ulrike Kuner. She's a president of EIAPA, also the manager of the Austrian Association of Independent Performing Arts, and she will speak about the fairness codex in Austria with a focus on gender. Okay.
Thank you, and here I am. Well, we are running a little bit out of time, so I will really try to keep it short and simple. And but first of all, thank you for hosting us here, and thank you for attending, and very, very much thanks for all of the technicians. You're really doing a great job, and I know that it's so worthwhile for everybody of us. If slides are working, if the sound is working, if there are no echoes, and so on. So, great job. Thank you very much. Because I also just sent in the slides, and here they are, and it's a miracle. I really love it. Okay, well, the fairness process, the fairness codex, and our fairness catalog these are all initiatives, so to say, by the Austrian Association of Independent Performing Arts. We are existing now for 35 years this year, and so therefore we gained a little bit of experience, and here we are. I'm doing it. Okay. Which direction? Here. So, well, in the fairness process, this is something what we started together with the National Ministry for Art and Culture in Austria. And why? Because, as we all know, we had very bad experiences of the artists with income and contracts during the Corona crisis. So we were, and suddenly it was quite obvious that we are in the middle really of a crisis, and there's lack of structure, there's lack of attention, there's lack of activity on the political side and of the funding parties. And therefore we convinced then the ministry to start something like a fairness process, because first they wanted to start something like, or that we talk about something like fair pay, but we say no, it's not only fair pay is just one part of being fair as a funder and as a politician, and fairness is something like a concert of measurements. And then they got convinced about that, and then they started this fairness process. And we had the lucky chance that there was a new minister for art and culture. And we had also very, very supportive people from the administration, and they are the gold in everything, because you always have to rely on the people of the administration, because they also will influence then the politicians. But you, if you do not get the support by the administration, then you will not even win or take one step. But here we were really lucky. And so we then convinced that for the entire process, the ministry will be responsible, and that it will be a parallel process with several working rounds. On the one hand, with the association working in the independent field, also with fine arts, with music, with performing arts, and so on. And there's also in parallel a second round then going on with the federal states. Well, in Austria, because you know in the federalistic system, also the countries and even the cities are very, very important when it comes to the funding structures and when it comes at least to really to integrate measurements and so on. Yeah, and responsible for this were then again the administrative people. So they organized all of these workshops, which were taken place via Zoom online, because, well, it was during COVID at least, but then it was really possible to integrate, so to say, all of the stakeholders and all of the responsible organizations and people. The procedure was then that we collect in advance prior to all of the different workshops, topics and inputs. Then in the workshops, then we discussed about possible realizations. And again, after the workshops, there were always also reflecting meetings, in updates, in several other working groups where we also then discussed and developed ideas about very special topics. About some legal aspects, for example, about some contract details, and things like that. And then it went into the realization. There was an interim result about 6 topics, which was then presented at a fairness conference in October 2021. And the main 6 topics were then here: transparency and cooperation. It was about fair pay. It was in general about funding. It was about respectful cooperation, diversification, not only about gender aspects, but again, what we also previously heard, it's also about diversification, and it's about the entire social and legal framework things. We had some concrete results. So one is the Fairness Codex. I will also present you. So this is a very small brochure, but it's very heavy. Then we had also now implemented VERA. That's the contact point against misuse of power, harassment, and sexual violation, where I'm also the president of, so to say. Then we have also really incredibly higher amounts now dedicated for fair pay. And the fair pay is going now for project funding. It's on the EGNet, but this is a special measurement or instrument what we are running here. We can also talk about this during the break or whatever. But it's also now affected to all of the genres. So it's not only to the performing arts, but there are now higher budgets, really higher budgets, in the entire independent scene, but also for the established scene, so to say. And we have a co-operated or whatever fair pay strategy of all funding bodies, which means this is now a signed paper by the minister and by the responsibles of the federal states. And this again turns into higher budgets. And this also has the effect that also every single artist now got more money. So, and yet you have to announce in all of the budgets, how much the artists will get. out of the project funding. So it's really now, it's changed a little bit the perspective, because before the funding bodies were given the companies or the theaters or whatever who was applying for the money, and then they say, okay, now it's over. And then they do not take the look at what is going on with the money, also who will get the money, or where's the money going to. And now with this fair pay attention, so to say, you have to deliver a very, very clear budget where it's stated very clearly how many people are involved in the project, for how long are they engaged within the project, are they employed or self-employed, and how much do they get. So it's a kind of transparency, and it's really that all of the funding bodies and responsible administrative people are really now looking into that. So it's very clear that the money has to arrive directly with the artists, and there must be a structure, and there must be something how to show where the money goes to. Yeah, that's a big achievement. About gender report or gender aspects, I was also asked to talk about that. So we have recently, again, we started by the ministry a gender report which will last until 2024. So it started in 23. They will evaluate the time between 2017 and 2021. Because of the different reporting things and so on. There were at least 2 film gender reports, because in the film funding it's now, they are now obliged really to have balanced budgets. So they must show that the money they get is really going half and half to male and female person or diverse persons, yes. We will have a continuous report in the developing about all of these reporting aspects, so we will see what's going on. But in reality, when it comes to the performing arts sector, we know that 72 to 74% of the people active in the field are female. So, yeah, well, we know that we are many. The Fairness Codex, so again, this is the common development by the countries, by the ministries, and by the associations. And we had, as an example, the Fair Practice Code from the Netherlands. So this is then a Fairness Codex which was developed directly from the scene, so it's a bottom-up thing, so to say. We have also several other Fairness Codexes throughout Europe, but usually they were really done directly from bottom-up, like in special scenes, so to say, or communities. And what we said to the ministry is, well, we want to have a Fairness Codex which everybody can rely to and has to stick to. And this means that the funding and the political bodies must also stick to that. And then again, the ministry said, yes, we can do that. And they then made this big effort, and then we had really integrated the associations and again all of the countries, and then out of that we had an editorial group, and out of that the result is then this more or less binding paper. It's a so-called soft measurement law. No, it's not a law, it's a soft measure treatment, I don't know, instrument, and it's written in a it's like a a recommendation again, and it's written in a we. So we who say we stick to the fairness context, or we respect the fairness codex. We will handle this value or bring it into our daily routine, in our daily practices. And it's therefore a really strong instrument, because it's not legally binding, but it's very much ethical or moral impact, so to say. Yeah, and it really it helps you to again reconsider and rewrite again your daily practice and your daily routine and how you work, and all of your working conditions also. Yeah, we have the 4 fundamental values. It's again respect and appreciation. It's about sustainability, it's diversity, and it's again transparency. And we have a couple of copies here on the desk. Here with Esther. They are in English. Yeah, because we asked the ministry also to do it in English. You can also just download it. If you just Google Fairness Codex, you will also find it. So we have several of these, and they are really great, so to say. Usually the Fairness Codex also comes together with a recommendation letter, where it explains how you could use or how you could integrate this Fairness Codex into your daily practice. What was also very important for us is that it's scalable, because it should not only address, for example, a group of artists who is doing one project, but it should also address, for example, the state opera. Therefore, it's written in a form that it's really, as I said, scalable. Yeah. So every entity, every enterprise, so to say, can use this Fairness Codex and can just put out the things or can adapt their working routine according to these values. And you can read it by yourself, for sure. So this is this is a preamble, so to say. But what is happening now is that again, where the ministries got the influence or the power, which means these are normally the theaters which are directly owned by the ministry, which is the state opera, which is the Burgtheater, the Volksoper, and so on. They now also have to stick on this, and they have to adapt their working conditions towards the Fairness Codex. So you see, it's just a simple, tiny little brochure, but it has a big effect. And they are very nervous about how to do that. The Fairness Catalog, this is something what we then again developed directly together with artists at the Austrian Association. We will present this Fairness Catalog in June the 21st. It's an official presentation there, and there we have developed a toolkit. So following these 4 main values, then we have really discussed very concrete measures and instruments and possibilities how to integrate it in the daily practice, and we describe it there, and it's really a very worthwhile tool. And thank you to the team of Austrian Association, so especially to also who are here, Winona, Esther, Valentin, and also Christian, who are really working also on that and researching, developing ideas, writing it down, and so on. And yes, and it's also available in German and in English. And if you are interested in that, we can for sure send it also to you very soon. And it's a smart PDF on me also, so to say. About the gender aspect and gender equality there, again in the Fairness Catalog, what we highlighted in there is that we said this is something like a cross-cutting issue, because it really tackles all of these 4 values. So it tackles the diversity, leadership questions, language for sure. And one thing also is how to find attention of women. This is also something what we addressed is quite important. It's when you do something, when do you reach women, maybe during the morning time, and so on and so on. So we were really asking from time to time, especially about this gender aspect, so to say, how to reach parents and how to reach women. This it is. So the fairness process, you can also find it on the website of the ministry. You just can Google it for sure. And here on the website of the Austrian Association of Independent Performing Arts. Thank you. That's it is.
Brand new brochure published by June, so now. Okay.
The catalog,
sorry.
Not the codex. The codex is still available.
Oh, yeah. All right, sorry. Yeah. All right. Here's a possibility to ask a question through Slido or personally. Okay. No questions. Ulrike.
Great.
It's running out. Okay. We can continue. It's true that we are a little bit out of the time schedule. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And we have a... Oh, hopefully it works. Great job, somebody says. Amazing job, also. So, okay. And we will continue now to our last, not least, speaker in this session, in this section of the program. And this is Jelena Galović, who's the member of the artistic team of the organization Kultura Nova from Serbia, from Novi Sad. And she will speak about the independent performing arts in Serbia. And I hope the microphone is still working after.
Whoa.
Okay, it is.
It works.
The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you, first of all, for having me. This is an amazing opportunity for us to connect and share. I'm already so inspired by everything that I have heard so far. So my name is Jelena Galović. I'm a performer, an artist and a cultural worker from Serbia, from Novi Sad. It is the second biggest city in our country. And I have been doing theater for over 10 years. I started my career in a national theater of a small city in the northern region of Serbia. And after a few years, I moved to a youth theater in my town. And there I was for 7 years doing a lot of stuff. And after 7 years, I was fed up with being string along, manipulated and lied to, as they do with many young artists in our country. So then I said goodbye to the institutions, and I have been member of Association Kultura Nova from 2014 as an artist, and in the last few years I have started doing trainings, workshops, and managing projects more. What next? Kultura Nova is an association that was established 20 years ago as an umbrella organization for young people who had no access to institutions, and because of lack of experience, space, financial and other resources, could not realize their artistic work. So we work in 4 program pillars that you can see, and the names also say what we do. We try to do our works in many areas in culture as we can, because working in one area is impossible. In the last few years, our projects have been supported by European Commission, Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Serbia, European Culture Foundation, EIAPA Interreg funds, Swedish Institute, International Organization of Migration, Visegrad funds, and many more. But if someone had told artists in Serbia that the situation now would be worse than during the time of Slobodan Milošević in the 90s, they would have all left, because it was at that time an undeclared regional war, international sanctions for Serbia, arbitrary removals of cultural workers. So people were performing in the street with heavily armed police watching them. And in the 1990s, when we had the NATO bombing us, we only could do like matinees shows. So faced with such conditions, artists believed that things would improve once the installation ended. But with the new populist government in Serbia today, there are no more promises, but there is a work on destroying cultural life in general and theater in particular. With arts and culture marginalized, our rulers have an excuse to lower the budget and cut the fundings and control the culture. The budget for cultural sector in Serbia is under 0.8% now, and with most of the money going to the institutions, what is left for the independent scene is basically nothing that you can build a solid ground and a good foundation for young people to develop their develop their healthy critical opinion. But still, of course, scene exists through NGOs, cultural organizations, few theater troupes, and independent theaters, because the human need to create and express through art is greater than money. So there are no official studies that can tell us how many independent theaters there are in Serbia. There is no association that unites us all. So one thing that we know is that we have this NKSS network, which is an independent cultural scene of Serbia, which is very important because it collects and connects all the cultural organizations that operate on the national level, and of course it provides support, knowledge sharing, and a good basis start for new organizations that are emerging, while still providing support for those that are already established. Theater in Serbia can be divided in 3 regions. Belgrade, which is our capital. Vojvodina is the northern part of Serbia, where I'm from, and so-called Serbia proper, the south. Belgrade, of course, enjoys the highest living standard and has better infrastructure and better educated, more numerous audience, and historically has had most of the money divided through their theaters. Some of the oldest that have been established 32 years ago is Mimar Theater, which was founded by director Nela Antonović. Then Dah Theater, founded in the 90s by Jadranka Anđelić and Dijana Milošević, and Blue Theater, founded also in the 90s by director and actor Nenad Čolić. However, because of their reputation, because of the changes they were encouraging in the cultural practice, the public sees these theaters and as alternative institutions. Les Studio is the only repertory theater of the independent scene. It is located in the center of Belgrade in first floor of a courtyard house, and it was founded by a French director called Jean-Baptiste de Maringui, and he, the story of this theater is through example of how a theater is created. They say it turns out for a theater, someone who performs and someone who watches is enough. There is a new trend that is emerging, and that is appearance of independent theaters, private theaters in Belgrade, in abandoned warehouses, neglected backyards, and coffee shops. And these are just some of them. The founders of these, of course, are young, courageous enthusiasts, writers, dramaturgists, actors, and directors who have lost their patience waiting for the institutions to open their doors to them. Vojvodina has a bit different background. It has a rich theatrical tradition, and dating back to the time before in 1980s, when we were a part of Austro-Hungarian Empire. So Novi Sad, my city, is the second biggest city in our country. And here the vibe is totally different than in Belgrade because we are culturally diverse and more richer. We are a multinational city and a region, so a lot of focus is on minorities and marginalized groups. There are many organizations working to maintain our theatrical scene, our cultural scene. Few, besides Kultura Nova, that I would like to mention is NGO Perart that works with the mentally impaired, and they have been working long years with people with Down syndrome, and they do amazing work. Next one is Pokretnica, which is a dance organization of 5 young women that is keeping contemporary dance alive in the region. And Pozorište Promena, which directly translates to Theater of Change, and it is a theater that's self-organized by students of the Academy of Arts also, because they have no place to work. Also, one thing that I must mention is the circus scene in our country, especially in Novi Sad. We have, I think, around 10 organizations that are widely connected internationally, and I think they're the most connected and working the best, so we can learn from them. So, South Serbia, of course, situation here is much worse because this region is the poorest, the biggest and the poorest. However, obvious proof that theater can exist in many forms is the family of Clear Streams. It's an eco-artistic commune from the village on the Rudnik Mountain, for whom Jovan Cirilov, which is an important Serbian theatrologist, playwright, and theater critic, called the Serbian living theater, amongst other things, because their way of life is combined with their creativity. As the picture becomes clearer, we see that there are many things that should be done, but we have identified a few that we feel are of the most urgency. First, we need an independent theater network that could put pressure on decision makers to improve working conditions on the independent stage. We need a good mechanism of program funding and some kind of a solution for spatial capacity, as it's one of the main challenges we encounter. We as an established organization have been working for 20 years, and still we have an issue with space. As the government takes over all of the free spaces in the city and gives them up for rent, they're sitting empty, and yeah, they would rather have empty spaces than let people do their work. But this is the systematic oppression that we live in. And almost all of the independent groups in theaters are funded by European projects and private donations. Some funds do come from the state and the Ministry of Culture of Serbia, but the problem, besides the tiny budget, is the questionable expertise of the selective committee that evaluates the projects. Also, we see a lot of phantom organizations that pop up in the time of project applications, which are politically established by political friends and used only to pour money back into the state's pocket. So it's pretty wild, and they are changing conditions of the competition while the competition is still in its duration. So there is no monitoring, there is no evaluation of it, and it is always a gamble when you apply, whether you get it or not. It doesn't matter how established you are. So these are in general very hard times for Serbian theater. However, it is worth remembering that theater in Serbia has survived even greater crisis. So we keep our focus on development, new opportunities, and what we can do right now. And of course, never stop dreaming big. Thank you.
Okay, here's the space for your questions. Now. Okay. I will have one question before somebody else is going to ask, because we have no one on Slido at the moment. Do you think that the situation in Serbia is at the moment getting like worse or better?
Well, it's kind of getting better because the EU is opening their doors to us. So in the last 2 years, I think, we are Erasmus programs and Creative Europe have opened the door to like Western Balkan. So in this way, we have much more opportunities to connect and, I mean, do our work abroad, but working in the country is pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, politics in Serbia are like mafia. So we want to learn, but we're not sure how we can use the systems when the system is so corrupted.
Okay. And can you say how big is the percentage of the sources that you get from the national funds and from the international, like European now?
What is the difference?
Yeah, was it the percentage, let's say, or the proportion?
Oh, so let's say we get like 30% from the state, everything else is international.
How many?
30%.
30, okay.
Yeah.
30.
And also, when you're applying, you usually apply to get like triple the money that you need, because you never get what you ask for. You always get like half or less of the half. So you write a big project to make a little one.
Okay. And what is the situation in education? Is it the same? That the situation is not so good?
Yeah, education system is really bad. Yeah. It's pretty bad in a way that it's not developing and following the needs of the time, and especially how technology is evolving. I think kids are pretty bored because they don't have any enthusiasm to learn, because the school system is the same as it was 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, recently we even had some school shootings, and the government responded by just putting one policeman in every school, so it's done.
Okay.
Solved.
No more questions from the auditory? Oh, over there in the back, so please pass the microphone. Thank you. And this will be probably the last question, because we have to make a short break and then we have the panel discussion. Okay?
Hey, hello, hi. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I just wanted to ask a practical question about the relationship between the independent scene in Serbia and big established events such as the BITEF festival, for instance. Also, there was an ITM conference last year, so what were they related or how? And also about the effect of Novi Sad being a capital of culture on the independent scene. Because I come from the eastern neighbors, and we've had the same kind of events and maybe similar developments, I'm not sure. That's the question.
Okay, I will start with the European Capital of Culture. This was seen as a very big opportunity, an amazing opportunity, but as the politics are very bad, the people who were in charge were just taking the money and trying to find anything that was happening on a cultural level in theaters that was independent, and they come and be like, ooh, I love your project, can I sign on it? So I'll give you something, but really little, but then I'll sign on your project like it was my idea and my development. So they were using local artists to build on their program. Mm-hmm. Also, a lot of spaces that were independent were taken over by the EPACA, and so now, like, cultural centers were run out of their spaces, and yeah, so they're trying to like develop something that was always existing, and instead of like giving support and organizing what was already there, they kind of tried to clear it, and now are trying to establish some kind of a new culture district. But yeah, it's all you have to be like politically connected to get the space or whatever.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. This was Jelena Galović from Novi Sad, Serbia. Thank you very much. We'll take care of the microphone. And now, so we'll have a very short break, please. Just refresh yourself with coffee or whatever, fruits. And we will start 13:20. So in 9 minutes. Sorry, we already 30 minutes or maybe more behind the schedule.
Hey.
Jo, nevím, asi jeden dělá. Okay, we will start with the panel discussion, and we will close today's program of the conference with this. And I have information that afterwards, at 2:30 p.m., downstairs next to the cafe, is a meeting of the Bavarian-Czech platform, and it's open to everyone. So if you're interested, when we finish in here and after the break, you can come downstairs next to the cafe. There's this klubovna, it's called the space, small space next to the cafe, and then will be the meeting of the Bavarian-Czech platform. Okay. And I will, because we have a mixture of Czech and international guests, I will conduct the discussion in Czech, and so please take your headphones so you understand the Czech speakers. Tak, já přecházím tedy do češtiny.
Let me switch to Czech language. I have esteemed guests here for our panel discussion. Let me introduce them very shortly, starting on my left, from your view on the right. The first one is Daniel Přibyl, director of Prague City Theatres. At the same time, he's a dramaturg. Let me add that Prague City Theatres, it's an entity established by the capital of Prague. So, welcome, Daniel. On his right, there is Edin Jašarovic, Dean of Faculty of Dramatic Arts, University of Montenegro. Hello and welcome. Next to him, there is Lenka Havlíková, Director of X10 Theatre, Chairwoman of Association of Independent Theatres of the Czech Republic. Thank to her and Tomáš Susman and David Karpan and others for having organized this beautiful event. Lenka, at the same time, is a dramaturg. And next to her, there is Axel Tangerding, founder of Meta Theatre, director, architect, Germany, our colleague from Germany. And last but not least, there is Bára Gregorová, dramaturg of the National Theatre in Brno, head dramaturg of the Theatre World Brno Festival. At this time, at this moment, allow me to say that because the topic of this panel discussion is cooperation between so-called established and non-established scenes, let me start with it. There will be introductory speeches, and then there will be space for your questions. Lenka should start as a co-organizer.
Speak English only on the evening with the glass of wine. Jak už bylo řečeno.
As already said, I am director of X10 Theatre and chairwoman of A&D, and collaboration between the established and non-established sectors. It's a very important topic for me. I've been dealing with since a long time. Nowadays, facing serious economic problems, the topic is even more relevant, and we should look for new models of this collaboration. Thank you. Now, what about Axel, if he tells us something?
Operating with in different models, it's our future. Also, networking is very important. That's why we are here. And I think even in Germany, we have this strong city and state theater system. And the two columns, we call it, the official theater and the independent sector. And I think we have to find a crossover and open the doors of the official theater and getting access, also in terms of sustainability, using resources.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Další dám slovo dámě po své levé ruce, Báře.
Okay, and the lady on my left, Barbara.
And our festival already finished a few days ago, so I'm a little bit tired, so that's why I will continue in Czech. But for further discussion, we can continue in English for sure. Já vlastně bych asi primárně mohla
I could contribute to the discussion, to this discussion, by saying that the International Theatre World Brno Festival has been co-organized together with all Brno theatres. This is quite a unique model that makes us working across the theatre sector, including the smallest theatres up to the biggest ones. I started in one of the smaller ones, and I ended up in the large one. I have experience of both kinds. Experience with the independent scene as well as the official scene. COVID pandemics brought us a new aspect that this Theatre World Brno Festival should have some sustainable dimension, and therefore we established the idea of collaboration projects, starting with Nová síť, cooperating with Nová Inventura, Mladá Inventura, and we continue with this.
As it was announced, I'm coming from the Faculty of Dramatic Arts at University of Montenegro, but professionally I'm coming from both worlds, so to call, independent and both of the national theater mainstream. I work for both worlds. And it is interesting combination in Montenegro, which is a really small country of 650,000 people, with very similar issues as Serbia presented here, with a diverse model, but not very well developed in terms of supporting of independent, even though I'm presently here because of the FIAT festival. FIAT is an acronym of Festival of International Alternative Theatre, which has proudly 37 years old now. And it's established in the socialist era, but it still now gives the reasoning of the independent scene. As well, I'm here also representing some of the actors from the independent field called ATAC, which I work with them a lot, trying to support the, let's say, different aesthetics, which is offered opposed to the mainstream national theaters. So, and of course, I advise the ministry in the terms of making the policies more acceptable or approachable to the actors in the field, in terms that I wrote the part in national program for the development of the models to approach to these particular people, not to let them behind, because if you think about it, you will find that is the most widely spread professionals within the field, that they are civil-oriented, that they are leftist, and they really like the art. Not just earning in art, but really defending the art and asking the right question. But and what I am presenting the sector in terms of the bigness, because it's the biggest group of people interesting for the art in terms of the numbers. If you imagine our public sector, you can imagine that in independent theater there is a lot of more people lives and providing their lives with their professionalism and integrity. So I'm really trying to see these people within the strategies and within the policies. So that's my goals and orientations.
Okay, thank you, Eden. A poslední teda dám slovo Danovi Přibylovi.
Děkuji. Good afternoon.
And now I'll give the floor to Dan. The City Theatres of Prague is the biggest theatre with one troupe in the Czech Republic. Only the ones that have a ballet and opera are bigger. So cooperation is needed between the official and unofficial or independent scene. After 5 years of work, we got to 20% of the total program being created by projects with various intensity, including entities from the independent sector. About 1/5 of what we do is somehow shared through co-production or residential programs or other ways is so represented. So we have a very big residential ensembles from modern motion theatre too, and we have a number of co-production projects. Thank you. Thank you, Don. Now finished, and to explain the context to our foreign guests, they have three actually theatres or three theatre halls, and one of them, the Theatre of Comedy, was really aimed in the way in which Don spoke. But do you have also independence in the other spaces? Yes, for example, the Rococo Theatre, now it is our smallest stage. It used to be a cabaret before the war. Starting with the new seasons, Jan Nebesky enters it with his troupe of Jadla, and they will be functioning there. And that's our gesture of friendship towards this great director who really deserves good and comfortable conditions for his work. So the independent theatre now is present in all three halls. We have 500 seats in one place, 270 in the other, and the third one has 200 seats. And it is a tendency to share the spaces and also the resources which independent groups need to rehearse something new and to keep it then on the program. And the state entity is the city of Prague. Well, yes, the city of Prague unfortunately supports us. Lenka now is raising her hand. Sorry, I can't stand the temptation. I would like to speak of the state of affairs in this country. It's an entity of three areas. One sphere is the issue, saying that the Czech independent network is rather large now, as Martina presented. It's over 110 entities which are known to the statistics. And we, of course, do not have enough space and enough money. So co-productions and similar projects exist, not only with the official theatres, but also between various independents. As for this topic, we run into one problem, that cooperation find reproductions difficult. They may run the first night, but then it is difficult to repeat the performance. And also the performing capacity is smaller in the biggest subjects, and then you have common projects meant for festivals. And a very specific topic is the are the regions, because the common projects work well in big cities, but in regions where you have a smaller number of possibilities, such projects are lacking there. And we should put an effort all together to exercise some pressure on the state administration so that they would encourage such projects without, of course, being very violent or forceful about it. Okay, thank you for that opening picture. Maybe I shall now ask Axel to tell us what the situation is like in Germany, or maybe Bavaria, rather.
The experience with this cooperation between the established and non-established in Germany or in Bavaria?
Munich is one of the most expensive cities, so what we are lacking as independent performing arts is space. Space is very precious and rare and expensive. So of course of this need we would like to share what we have, also with the state. But I have to say it's not without any conflict if we make a shared project with a state theater, because they are totally different organized than independent. We are self-empowered as a independent structure, so we know why we work, what's our idea. Of course, we are always dreaming to be employed and to be social insured. But the examples I experienced in the Residence Theater or Kammerspiele, some productions function, but it's not without any conflict, because two systems have to cooperate. One is the hierarchical system, going for working hours, resting time, so they have the union obligations, and the other ones, they work out of engagement. So it looks from outside, it looks like a win-win situation, but inside it has to be moderated.
Okay. Možná, Báro, bych se zeptal, protože tady takový...
Maybe, Báro, I would ask, well, one of the things is that the independent sector enters the dependent one because it has bigger possibilities. But is there an experience of a reversed process? For example, to take the National Theatre gang of people into an independent project? Well, I can only agree to what you spoke about. It's the collision between two worlds. There is a big pressure put on the production. We should be playing or performing every day in a month, 30 days per month. So the readiness to enter the projects would be big, but the independent scene, which is much more flexible, can plan 2 months ahead. So such institutions as the National Theatre, they do their plans for a year or 2 years ahead. And the outcome or getting out of the comfortable zone and the two institutions trying to compete, they can only make a small step. In festival co-production, we are able to do it. In one of projects, we can provide the residential space, and we reserve it for half a year in advance. But the planning itself must be run in big advance. For example, we had the Tiger in emergency, and they wanted the site, the specific antique hunt And I wanted it so badly. And when we had to move the actors to Prague, we found out it will never make business sense. It was a great dramaturgic idea, but it turned out to be impossible. But one thing that I consider a big success is that we are now meeting as dramaturgs, and we can give some things common thinking, and even the big ones can start thinking in a different way. And then the repetitiveness of performances also can be solved. One thing that I envy my Prague theatres is that we are rather unable to pursue it in Brno, that this sort of cooperation would be beneficial in Brno too. But unfortunately, there is no readiness. From the point of view of the National Theatre, Brno is the main donor, so it's a great topic, how to persuade them.
I wonder whether I answered your question. Yes, for sure. The question was whether you measure the cooperation with the Tiger against whether it's worth it, that it cannot work this way, that there must be motivation of investing something extra. Yes, exactly. And I wanted to add something else, a fact of institutions. Perhaps Daniel will confirm it. What we've learned, what the institutional scene learned newly is that different entities can collaborate. We learned that during COVID. It showed out we are good at it. And what starts to be happening, it's something organic integration, so that actors who are independent or from independent scene get incorporated in many institutional projects, becoming thus part of it, and therefore also planning must be done respectively. I mean, incorporating those actors in it.
Production between the university and the independent sector in Montenegro?
We have, as only traditionally organized faculty, we really produce the core professional orientation within the faculty, actors, dramaturgy isn't the only one school. And that's why we are dominant in the field. So our teachers' base are within the National Theatre. So every actor produced, and producers and others and directors, they're on the stage. So there is a dependency, interdependency. But concerning the privileged one working in the National Theatre, they also combine with the independent in terms that, as I previously said, independent theater in Montenegro has the large number of quality professionals. And it happens sometimes that independent, called alternative, becomes the mainstream. So we sometimes gave to the push to the repertory theater. And that's some flip point in our cultural policy, or seeing the values of independent theater, especially because it's more free of the agenda setting, and it's more agenda setting in both ways, in terms to really ask the question, and because it happens then in the traditional repertoire we have the titles which are like obligatory towards the national pride and history. But the independence gives us a different approach to the aesthetics and laboratory work. And that's why it's important to bring the new, let's say, new blood to the system, and to filter out some of the issues. For example, with Attack company, I produce the theater show called Citizen Faust, because the government has signed some contract with the church, which is now destabilizing our country. So we, with Faust contract, we will try to reinvestigate it, what the government has signed with the church. So it's important to ask the question throughout the theater, which has this so-called healing effect, educational aspect of the theater. So it could be, you know, proactive in the terms to make a question to the society, because the general audience will perceive that the theater is long gone media system, but it's not. Actually, it could provide the answers to the contemporary questions. So that's the point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Dan?
Pár myšlenek bych dodal k tomu, co tady zaznělo.
A couple of things from my part. Planning, that was largely mentioned. We acquired in our theater a certain luxury thing, not to plan. It may sound absurd in a theater, but let's look back to last 2 years. We had planned so responsibly, all of us sitting here. Pandemics came, and we had to throw all our plans into the waste bin. Then pandemics reduced, mitigated, and we returned to our previous habit to plan. And what happened? War on Ukraine that rewrote all our priorities. We should bring testimony of. So we restarted planning from zero again. And in order to avoid a certain loop, as a night butterfly that circles around a lamp until it kills itself, we destroyed what had been called in the Czech Republic strategic dramaturgy plan. That was an obsession in the Czech Republic to set up such plans for 1 year, for 2-year period. Of course, we know what we would like to do, but at the same time, we do not put it into a plan. And this is this perfect effect of being independent. This coexistence within 3 buildings, we see their liberty, their free approach to what is actually happening. They do not plan in the same manner as huge institutions. Opera singers know where they will perform on May the 1st, 2029. This is not what we want to have. We want to preserve our artistic freedom of reaction to what's happening. And it's not always easy to explain it to people who deal with the state culture politics, because at the same time we make a pressure on them to provide us with financial stability. And it's difficult to combine the two. And the situation in Ukraine brought us to consider collaboration between independent, non-established theaters with the established ones in the territory of Ukraine. That was a brand new element where we are rather successful, although it may sound parasitical. But we did achieve a progress. We already established first collaboration with a theater in Kiev and theaters in other places, or with individual artists that forcibly had to leave their country and now stay in the Czech Republic. And last remark on established, non-established spheres in culture. For me personally, for us, what is the basic prerequisite? It's openness. Openness of institutions, openness of individuals. I call it a painful openness. Openness that means that you resign to something. This is not an easy thing to do when we act within our institutions. In time, there is a dependency created. It creates a false belief that the house is ours, that the theater is ours, that we have the solely discretion of deciding what will be the repertoire and who will be acting. This is something that has to be overcome, and me personally, I have to struggle with it. Still, this is the only way forward. I mean, to constantly learn how to coexist with somebody else in the same apartment. This should become a common general habit of ours. We should not have to discuss it on every occasion in every theater. A complementary question to you, this non-planning, does it bring any operational problems or everything was easy? As a matter of fact, over the last 2 years, as I illustrated the development on pandemics and Ukraine war, this was, in fact, a necessity. And we came to it by a logical understanding that non-planning was connected with less problems than planning. But of course, theater is a planned activity, so take it as a certain exaggeration. I reacted to Bara. I had worked in the National Theatre as well, and I still remember very well how you get into this regime of planning, subscription. Everybody wants to know what you will play in 2-3 years' time, box office, and so on. And when you ask the same people, do you know what you will do in 2-3 years' time, they will hardly answer. Marta Ljubková at the beginning said she's been dramaturg of the National Theatre, and then I moved to Vzlet, and she said, but I still lost some of my previous habits. I wanted to compete. In fact, this gives us a certain hope that once we could do the same even in the National Theatre. And another thing, planning is something that relates mainly to production and operations. But what I welcome is that within our feast, without our festival, we try to reserve time for common thinking, not common planning, but common thinking. This is something that touches upon us all. Time for thinking, time for considering, time for preparing oneself to be able to react what's happening in the society. It's so important, and COVID brought an enormous gap between us and the audience. Me personally, after COVID, I felt very incompetent for a long time in the sense, what should be offered by us to people now after COVID? We had to start from the scratch, discovering the things. And when we spoke about support with different sectors, because of course, finally, we will always speak about money, everybody said that what they missed the most was time for preparation, that the operations consisted of going from one stage performance to another. But what we did manage was to reserve time for preparation, which normally is a time of full chaos. So when the stage performance is being changed for another ensemble coming, there is a couple of days where normally there is a full of chaos. But in the evenings, people meet, and throughout those 7 days, we have to plan very rigidly in order for them to happen. Still, we have this booked time for thinking and considering and mutual speaking about the festival, and therefore, since the festival brings usually the same viewers, after 2 years of missed editions, this current year edition, we could see again who are our viewers, what stories we can bring them. And since we have very different tastes, dramaturgs of different theaters, from the National Theatre to Husa na provázce in Brno, totally alternative theatre. So the field was very large, and that brought us new levels of collaboration from a dramaturgist's point of view. I'm looking at Lenka, but both the gentlemen represent independent scenes as well, so they have something to say on. I do not want to force on you, Lenka, but if you could share any experience with collaboration. Now you are again in the National Theatre, but today, originally you were in the National Theatre, but you are now a representative of an independent scene. For me, it has always been some impenetrable barrier. I mean, the frontier was not rigid, and never for me. For innovative or new entities on the independent scenes, collaboration with the established scene is, of course, always motivating, can advance them further with a permeable frontier in between. And what is important to look for are models based not only on producers' collaboration, but on artistic collaboration instead. This seems to me very interesting, much less investigated, because I presume it's more difficult. But both sectors by now are on the same footing. The independent scene in the Czech Republic has grown a lot, has emancipated, and it's strong enough and has enough to offer.
Otherwise, of course, we could think of how we could communicate artistically. The communication is, I think, a very good possibility. In this country, dramaturges keep on becoming the directors of theaters. And if we keep that trend for long enough, then the world will belong to us.
So?
Yes, I think the independent sector was always the one developing new ideas, new visions, new experiments. Now we have immersive village theater in concern of diversity. So all the innovations which we know now in the city theater originally started in the independent sector. So actually, for the development in the theater in general, we need to take care of this precious source, of this capacity and this freedom, which is very important. Freedom of space, freedom of time, giving the artist space and time to develop something, not without pressure. Pressure comes when you are engaged in a festival and in a schedule, in a repertoire system. So, but before an artist has the development time, the laboratory situation. So between when you start in young years, before you become famous or established, you need this kind of research to find your own aesthetic value, your own capacity. So if the city theater and the independent sector reflect what are the advantages to work in a system, of course, everything is organized. You have the machinery which is functioning like a big tanker, slowly but continuously, not being stopped by anything. And if COVID comes, so then the independent sector is asked, because we are inventive, we can react quickly, we find solutions. So this is our business. And in this term, we could find bridging. Mm-hmm. And cooperating with between independent theater and institutional ones, we have to divide on the different levels. So meaning resources we can share space. Most difficult is if we think of co-production, if you think sharing content. So I think this is the most delicate point and most difficult one. But sharing space and material is the easiest one and could be like a first step towards. The best example now in Germany, we have drei Spartentheater, 3 department theater, so theater, music theater, and dance. 4, it's children's theater. So like in Heidelberg, so the dance department was taken out to an independent company, and so 1/3 of they had to deliver for the city theater a certain amount of performances. The rest of the capacity they could sell on the free market. So it is, I think, something in between independent and half institutionalized. Maybe in dance is the most easiest way to cooperate. Maybe in the youth sector it's also easier. Most difficult, I think, is in the spoken word theater.
Okay. Tady je trošičku problém teďko, jenom že...
We now have a kind of problem. We got 5 interesting guests and a very large topic, and we now spent our 45 minutes. I'm afraid that we are nearing the end of this discussion. I have a question here.
From Slido, how, I'll read it in Czech. If you communicate this cooperation of established and non-established sector during the study, and if this and respectively možná to řeknu česky.
Maybe I'll switch to Czech. This constant switching somehow I will. How do you perceive that there is communication between established and non-established scene, and how can they penetrate one another and cooperate?
Ministry of Culture, because I can. It's a small country and everybody knows everybody. But personally, I can go to the office and ask. There is a 3 years period in this particular moment in which you didn't make a public competition for the independents. In all fields. And ma che succede? Ma che fai? Andiamo. And you have to really push them to follow the law in terms of really following the law. And probably, maybe there's not their intention. They're just, how to say, people which are just representatives of something, but they forgot their obligation. And that's how I connected. I just remind them that there is a people in need, not just in social terms, but in need to symbolize the moments in which all the countries are, symbolize the geopolitical issues, and that is a significant part of the society, which signifies the moment and the real question, and that's how we put those against the protocols of the regular repertoire. We don't have anything against it, because Montenegro National Theatre has been a very important institution for re-establishing connection after the Bosnia War within Yugoslavia former republics. It was the first one to reconnect. That's why it's important. But in this position, you really have to ask direct questions to the decision makers and ask them, do you forget your own obligations? And that's how I do it. And what happens here also that I heard, it's sometimes the question, how many opportunities there for the financing? I think the guy here mentioning 4, 8, 7 of them. In Montenegro there is just only one, or maybe 2. But sometimes they forget about it, you know, because they are working like something important. Everything is important, but this particular field in arts, it has a long tradition. And in all of Europe, it's developed now in the second stages, not just acquiring the spaces, it's already there, but the significance that it has within the symbolic system of the community, and it gives diversity, it gives the different glances how the topics should be, you know, opened, and that's why it's transferable. Especially in our system, which is small, but it's transferable in terms that there is a circulation of the professionals, there is a circulation of ideas, and that is, I think, most important. We as a Faculty of Dramatic Arts, we give the institutionalized answers to both systems, and official and this, let's say, underground, in the terms that we supported those ideas from Munich, for example. To have the equipment for really supporting it, it's a good idea to start, because you have to, in cultural policy, you have to have only one program, and the flow will go. You know, you only one program which you can call it by the name and say this is for the independent, and this is for them, and let's keep it in this way in policy decision-making process. And just to name it, and then you will, well, it's a good example in Croatia, for example. They have Kultura Nova, pronounced by the government in 2011, and they say, yeah, we will structurally support the independent. Within our government, we will put the specific financial line for them, and we will cover the area. And they do it. That's why Rijeka was the European capital and so on. But enhancing those people, giving you diversity in your cultural offer. That is a very clever thing to do, to support them structurally, not just to ignore them because they are attacking with ideas. It's a stupid defense, let's say.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So, unfortunately, we have to really stop at the moment. We can continue informally outside and on the corridors. It's a big topic. Sorry, really have to finish now. Thank you very much. Thank you all 5 of you.
Thank you very much.
As I said, 2:30 will be the meeting of the Bavarian-Czech platform, and tomorrow we continue with other programs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow.